All right, everybody. Good morning and welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, October the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Okay, thank you, William. So, yeah, some growing pains, a couple of growing pains right here, guys. We've got a new room in the main room. Most of you can probably see that. So, I've been kind of fiddling around. Sorry for starting a little bit late. Torty in our YouTube room, just waiting for you to tell me you can hear me and see the screen in YouTube. Hmm, Torty usually is right on. Oh, okay, yeah, William, I can see that's working now. So you're on the right-hand side. Okay, something might be wrong going on with the our YouTube room, guys. I'm gonna have to fiddle around with that. Hmm. Anybody in YouTube? Oh, Pepe, thank you. Okay. Man, I rely on Torty so much that when he doesn't come in and immediately tell me that he can see the screen and hear me. Okay, thanks, guys. So we're up and running. And I do apologize. I wasn't able really to do a lot of pre-market work. There's a lot more happening than I actually posted. But so let's take a look at some of the things that are happening. And Banzai, BNZI. And thank you, Sebastian. I don't know if you're still in the room, but thank you. Sebastian, do you see that question that William posted in support? Now I notice he's on the right hand side. Okay, thanks for posting in the rules. Okay, bear with me, guys. Again, I'm just trying to navigate the room a little bit myself. Okay, so bear with me for a bit. You people in YouTube, you're fine. Nothing has changed for you. And I'm assuming that anybody who got into the room today in the main room had no problem logging in. Is basically the same way. Draw, you should be, if you relog in, you should be on the right-hand side when you post. I see you're not yet. Okay, draw. So I have made you. Remember, I told you I was going to allow you to open the room whenever you wanted. So you will have those privileges now. Okay, so you want to start working at 1 in the morning? Go ahead. Okay, guys. So let's take a look at a few of these things. Bonsai trading higher after the company announced strategic business initiatives to improve net income. Okay, fine. WW. I know you guys were talking about WW yesterday. Trading higher after the company announced the addition of compounded semaglutide into its offering. I guess that's some kind of an obesity drug. All right, ALTM surging after the deal to be acquired. Okay, so this is actually a buyout, guys. Sorry, that's a buyout. Couple of earnings plays. You guys were talking about HELL. Sebastian, maybe you can private message Draw if you don't mind, if you're still in the room. If you can see, he's talking about he's asking William without a password. I think you just have to like I'm not 100% sure. So if you can maybe private message Draw. Thanks. Guys, Lays from yesterday. What a great move it made yesterday. And it's continuing, guys. It's actually continuing. And again, it's got all that room, $17 or so, looking left. All right. LASE. We got up to 973 in the pre-market. Now they're saying they're they're being investigated regarding potential securities law violations. It's okay. It's the lawyers. Forget about them. Another earnings play is SAR. SAR. SAR is another earnings play. And this is up 7%. Not a lot of volume yet, but we're starting to get a few more earnings plays, guys. And that BYRN, which was a fairly recent IPO, I guess. This is maybe its first earnings play or earnings release. It is down net 9%. Yeah, ALTM is a buyout. Yes. Yeah, I made a mistake. I didn't realize it was a buyout before I put it in there. MNTS. Let's take a look at MNTS. Where could it go? MNTS. No, okay. This is a cheap one. So for those of you who like stocks under a dollar, this one did a financing. SPGC did a financing. Clobber down on a financing. Imagine that. I mean, it's only 366,000 shares. They're only raising $732,000. Has tanked the stock, 43% down now. Well, to change the font size, all I did was just go in like on my keyboard, control minus sign. That's all I did. Control minus sign. And obviously control plus sign if you want to increase the font size. There you go, Draw. Okay. That means you can come in whenever you want. Okay. The room will, William, or even you, if you want to stay later, you can close the room later. Sebastian, I'm assuming they can close the room. So if you want to stay later than William, then you want to come in earlier than William, you can do so. Okay, thanks, Sebastian. Again. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:09. Okay, I've got another couple of minutes. Go over some of these. What happened with AMBO here? AMBO, let's see, AMBO is down 16%. Before I keep going, let's take a look at China. I think China was slightly weaker this morning again, just slightly though. It's only down 2.5% as opposed to the 10% yesterday, but it is still down. So it's a little bit below yesterday's close. Again, look at the SPY, guys. Look at the SPY. Now, I haven't had a chance. I know I posted all the economic stuff or the calendar stuff. Is there anything? You know what happened? I forgot to give me a moment. I'm going to repost that. Just give me a moment. I'm going to repost the economic calendar. There's a lot actually on this calendar today. All right. So we have so 8 a.m. way Bostic was talking. Let's see, did that affect the market? Not, didn't hurt. 9:15, we've got Logan talking. Again, these are Fed presidents. 10 o'clock, we've got wholesale inventories preliminary. Wow, we got a lot of the Fed guys talking today, guys. 10:30, Goolsby is talking at 10:30. 12:15, we've got Barkin. 12:30, we've got Jefferson. 1 p.m., we've got the $39 billion 10-year note auction. We've got the minutes today. Okay, FOMC minutes are today. There is no presser, though, okay? But we do have the minutes today at 2 o'clock. So a lot of the guys are talking today. So wholesale inventories, I suppose, could affect the market short term at 10 a.m. All right, guys, let's take a look. Now, the market is, yeah, it's basically flat. Okay, this is sort of a recovery. This is actually, it's quite down a bit this morning, but it has recovered. So the market is basically flat right now. Let me just take a look at XLE. I want to see what XLE is doing with respect to the 200-day moving average. I don't think I'm going to load. So you can see yesterday, yeah. So yesterday, XLE, there's the green line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. So this is still, getting closer. It's moving down a little bit today. So XLE is down today. So it's a weaker sector. Want to take a look at retail XLR. It's not. You know what? I'm going to bring up the sector status. Don't be lazy. So this is what you're seeing. XRT, of course, is retail, not XLR. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors as we saw. XLE is weak. 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. Communications, 83%. Again, it doesn't mean they're all tanking. I mean, Disney is the worst one, only down 0.55%. But as always, what I really want to do is I want to check to see where are they with respect. Well, we already looked at XLE. Now I want to take a look at XRT retail, because that was the one that was, I think, yeah, you can see that it's still getting closer to the 200-day moving average. Okay, XRT getting closer to that new 200-day moving average. So as we speak, all the major sectors are still above the 200-day moving average. But again, XRT and XLE are the two that are closest. I think that XLK is still moving away. Yeah, still moving away from it. So there's that. Let me get rid of this now. Um, Sebastian, are you reading Grumpus's questions? Yeah. So, Gillen, if you want to change the font size, it's pretty simple. I don't know if there's something actually within the room to do it, but just go to your keyboard and control minus or plus. Okay. That'll change the font size. Yeah, we're in a new room now. Well, it's the same idea. It's just a new version of the room. Okay, we've been waiting for this for a while. So there could be some growing pains today, okay, guys? But the bottom line is I know you can hear me and you can still see the screen. A lot of the options are going to be in the if you open the sidebar, a lot of the options and click on general settings. I'm assuming that's what you guys see also. Okay, Sebastian, I don't know if you're still in the room, but maybe you can answer Shady and Grumpus's. We got a couple questions there. All right, guys. Again, I'm just sort of navigating the same way you guys are. Okay, in terms of the room. Uh, no, give it a day. Okay. I mean, I'll probably be able to talk to Sebastian, who was the creator of the room, after hours, and we'll get it all hammered out. Okay. DKL, I'm hearing DKL. All right, DKL is down 11%. See if there's any news on this one. Yeah, so they've done a financing also. DKL has done a financing, $150 million financing. Yeah, it's a very fluffy press release, of course, after for BNZI, trading higher after the company announced strategic business initiatives to improve net income. Uh, Good for them, but low float, crazy low float, under a million anyway. At least that's what we have. All right, guys, 9:19. So another 10 minutes before this market opens, this BNZI. I mean, it's just a stock play, okay? I mean, I'm not reading anything into this press release. They're trying to pop the stock, of course. The next high looking left, I mean, it's got room. I mean, it's got room to 680, 674 or so. The actual high is 677. So the next high for a BNZI is 677 on a daily chart. You can definitely pop the screen out, okay? Sebastian, I know you can pop the screen out or the chat out. Boy, Tiger is still weak, guys. Yeah, I mean, this has been weakening and weakening, so it's below again with the China weakness of yesterday. I had anticipated maybe Tiger would have a bit of a bounce. It did bounce. You can see that it got down to I love these line charts or the bar charts. 876. So you can see it closed at 963. So it did actually bounce, but right now it's below yesterday's low. All right. So in our YouTube room, Clean Men's Health Club, what's up with Holo? Holo. I don't know. I haven't seen Holo. Oh, there it is. There's Holo. Okay. HOLO. Don't know. I don't know what's up with it. I don't see a headline for it. Anybody have a headline for Holo? It's a China stock or yeah, China stock. So it certainly is bucking the trend of the rest of the China stocks. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know what's happening with it. I don't see a headline on it. Now, you're right, it did pop up to 747. It has pulled back quite a bit, but it is still up. Well, it's up 14, 15% right now, and it's above all the highs on the daily chart. Looking left, so the next high is 770. What did it get to this morning? Got to 745. So, but I don't have any news on it. Anybody have any news on it? Yeah, I'm just checking our news. I don't see any news on it. And it's not a low float according to our provider. I mean, that's not a low float either. 124 million in the float. That's a big pop. Got to be something going on, obviously, but I'm sorry, I just don't can't see any news on it. Okay, thank you. A 1 for 20 reverse split, and you probably posted that somewhere, William, maybe. Okay, 1 for 20. I don't even see that. Don't even see that. It's so interesting in IB. I don't even see that. Okay, so they did a 1 for 20 reverse split today, and so that's, I mean, it's, I hate to call that newsworthy, but the fact now, though, is that 124 million, there's only a little over 6 million in the float now. Okay. Have to divide that by 20. Now, a lot of times when a company does a reverse split, they try fairly soon after to put out any kind of a press release just to kind of pump the stock a bit, but I don't see anything. All right, guys, I want to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market is open, up and running. So give me a moment here. All right. So let's see. Anything else sneaking in here? There's that Buru from yesterday. Is it still over a dollar? Yeah, that BURU from yesterday. I mean, this could have a run, guys. I mean, it's at the high now. It's at the high of yesterday. It got up to about $1.20 yesterday. It came from 55 cents. So you never know. I mean, this has not given it up. Okay, this has not given it up. Yeah, so Buru guys, I'd probably be watching Buru. I mean, I'm not a big fan of these well, the ones that come from under a dollar, but it's over a dollar. Actually got up to 145 this morning. So okay, just having a very impatient cat here. Just give me a moment. All right. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Okay. So we'll have to see what happens once this market opens. But again, I'm not usually trading in the first 15 minutes. Well, I probably shouldn't say anything. Okay. First of all, the market's going to open in less than a minute. So I was going to say something. I'm not going. I'm not going to jinx it. I'm going to tell you later on. It's nothing to do with stock. So IKT. Yeah, somebody mentioned IKT. IKT. And let's take a look at IKT. So yeah, up 23%. I don't see any news on it. I just see a bunch of well, I shouldn't say that. So they did a $110 million private placement. So they're raising a bunch of money. So that's IKT. So and announce the pricing. What was the pricing? What I don't see the pricing of it. Well, so far it hasn't affected the stock badly. Okay, guys, we're now open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. At the market. Okay, thank you, William. Hmm. So HELE earnings play, and where are they out of? Bermuda. Okay, so out of Bermuda, obviously for tax purposes, but HELE is yeah, ripping still here, guys. And as it says, crushes Q2 expectations despite beauty and wellness setback. Here's one that's I didn't see in the pre-market. I don't think anyway. GTLB. GTLB is on the run here, guys. GTLB. If there's any news on this one. All right, Morgan Stanley starting coverage with this one, and they put a $70 price target on it. Okay, so that's GTLB, guys. GTLB. You can see this one in the pre-market. And it's all about Morgan Stanley putting a $70 price target on them. Okay, no more. Sorry. My cat is insistent. No more food for you. Well, Banzai, BNZI is now, yeah, so it's at the high, pre-market high. The next high looking left on the daily chart is 677. So it's getting close to that. You got very close to that in the pre-market also. Now there it goes, Banzai. Okay, well, breaking through that, the next high looking left is 1131. And you can see it's leading the charge in the race right now. All right. Well, we were just talking about Holo, and Holo got halted on the way down. Okay. Holo got halted on the way down. Market has opened a little bit weak. SPY's down a little, Dow's down a little, NASDAQ down a little. Well, these early movers. So there's IKT again. Now, to me, it looks like there could be some resistance around the 160 mark. I mean, it may pop right through that, but I'm looking at that weekly chart. This one from yesterday, guys. Keep an eye on this one, PDYN. Okay, I saw this one yesterday, and I had a great day. Didn't close quite at the high, but it's approaching yesterday's high now. PDYN. I Yeah, they had some news. Yeah, today's the night. So yesterday, they had some news. Successfully completes the first phase of a multi-million-dollar U.S. Air Force contract. Okay, so it's eye-catching. I have no idea how big it is. It's an AI play also. Okay, it's an AI play also. So that is PDYN. Next step really is to take a look at the monthly chart to see where it could go. So that's right. This started trading as PDYN back here. And I don't know if it was an IPO. The high is 314, so it's above that, guys. Boy, keep an eye on PDYN. It's at basically an all-time high now, and that is PDYN. Yeah, 14 million in the float. 14 million in the float. Okay, I just had a message about my sound. Sound audio quality is okay, good, same, better, say from yesterday. Better in this room. Okay, great. And supposedly the screen resolution that you guys see, it's supposed to be a little bit better also. So there are those a couple of improvements. I hope that's the same on your end. Boy, keep an eye on this PDYN, guys. And the screen is sharper. Excellent. Okay. Well, I keep telling you, keep an eye on that. There it goes, guys. There goes PDYN. So this was a bit of a rule breaker for me. I don't like trading in the first 15, but and as you know, I'm not ever telling anybody to take a trade, but it was definitely juicy. Now I may pull back. I may scalp out, but oh man, this is turning into a nice little early trade, guys. Look at PDYN go. All right, I took some off. Me and the 50 cent level, guys. Okay, I did take some off in case it cannot get through that 50 cent level. What time is it? Boy, this is I haven't done an early trade like this in quite a while. I usually do not trade in the first 15. Now, if you missed it, let's see what happens if it pulls back at all. 306 is the VWAP. Just give me a moment, guys. Just watching this PDYN. It's an all-time high. Again, I don't know if it was a SPAC or truly an IPO or a symbol name change. Okay. So there's BYRN, guys. BYRN. This is an earnings play. I don't know if this is the first one, but the market's not liking it, even though they beat their earnings per share beat by a penny. Revenue beat by $500,000, but the market's not liking it. I guess they wanted more. Our friend WHLR, is it halted on the way up or halted on the way down? Halted on the way down. Okay, forget about that one. Remember Hood yesterday? Hood was ripping yesterday, guys. Having a bit of a down day now, down 4%. So we have a minor disconnect in the market. So the SPY is up just a little. Excuse me. Dow's up a little. Nas is down a little. Minor disconnect in the market. Yeah, there's one of the cruisers is moving. NCLH. I know somebody mentioned that earlier. NCLH is moving. Big move, actually. Citigroup upgrades it to 22. Well, that's the wrong headline. Citigroup upgrades it with a price target of 30. Okay, so that is the reason, I guess, that NCLH is moving today. There's the GTLB guys again making another market high. Let me get to the weekly chart and see where it could go, or where the next resistance is. Looks like it's right at a resistance point. The high right there is 53.84. So, I mean, that could be resistance if it can take that out. 54.46. So, to me, there looks like there could be too much resistance between the current price and maybe 54.60. And again, this is the only reason it's up that I can see is that Morgan Stanley is initiating coverage with a $70 price target for GitLab. All right, now there's your pullback for PDYN. And remember, I mentioned, so the VWAP is actually 322. The VWAP, when I last looked, was 301, but of course, that has increased with all the volume up here. So let's see now if it can get back over the VWAP. So I'm going to stick a price alert around 326 and see if it can get over the VWAP again and maybe keep running. All right. Now I do see that BYRN is an AI alert. It's a short. So far, not. It's actually bounced. Oh, right. This one from yesterday, the SKK. This was the, I guess, the IPO from yesterday. And then now this is not a, well, I have a price alert up here, believe it or not, if it takes out the high of yesterday. This is an IPO from yesterday out of China or Singapore, I believe. Ooh, boy, this one's got some room, guys. SMXT's got some room. I don't know what the news on this one is, but this has got some room. This is an AI alert also. But when you look left on the weekly chart, look at all the room it's got on the weekly chart anyway. $2. Not saying it's going to get there, but okay, click. Okay, I want to put that one in. Thank you, Draw. CLIK. So this could be an IPO today. It's scheduled to release today. So Click has put that in there. So it hasn't started trading yet, of course. So what I'm going to do, I'll put a price alert at $1, and I'll put the how many shares. So very low shares issued, $4 price, and Singapore. So when it opens, if it does open today, hopefully it'll be like the SKK yesterday. All right, NISN. So that resumed on the way down. Okay, that was another halt. Okay, now guys, PDYN is trying to reclaim 3. Remember that the VWAP now dropped a little bit, 318 now. So the cruisers are all cruising here, guys. So yeah, there's CCL. Basically being well, CCL anyway is being tugged along. So City actually is in this cruiser also with a target of 28. Okay. Let's see RCL. So let's see if our RCL is also being targeted by a City. Yeah, so Citigroup is all over these cruisers right now. They're loving them. 253. Are you kidding me? So Citigroup has put a price target of 253 on RCL. It's a lifetime high right now. So Citigroup, for whatever reason today, has decided to jump into the cruisers. This is another cheap one from yesterday. VMAR. So it is got halted on the way down and it just resumed. Was that a reverse split today? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Draw. Maxon, a reverse split today. Okay. Okay, so they did a reverse split today. I wish they would say the ratio, but oh, so the secondary price was finally announced for SRRK. 28.25. So that's what was missing yesterday. Okay, we never really saw that. At least I didn't see it. So 28.25 is the offering price. So it is now below it, as William says. PDYN guys, it's now at the VWAP again. Okay, PDYN. I'm still interested in this one. This could be one of those ones later on in the day. Again, depending on what it does now, of course, if it just kind of holds, the 320, 330 level. Okay, I see SMR is weakening. So SMR, wow, SMR is definitely weakening, guys. So I'm probably NNE and OKLO. So wannabe in our YouTube room wondering about the China stocks, why the weakness yesterday? Just the fear that the stimulus was starting to fade somewhat. Okay, I mean, obviously the China stocks ramped up on that news that the Chinese government was doing some stimulus stuff. Okay, and that's what caused the run. And so yesterday, I mean, this was sort of the headline: China stocks plunge as stimulus hopes fade. Okay, that was the headline yesterday. So take it as you will. But KWeb is starting to pop a little bit here. Maybe the worst is over. Let's put an alert at the high of yesterday, and that if that hits that, then that probably means that a lot of the China stocks are rebounding somewhat. Like Duo, as an example, cheap. I mean, it's a cheap China stock, but there's Duo. Peloton will not die. Let's take a look at Peloton. PTON. Wow, it's kind of a nice little move. See if there's any news on this one. Don't see any. Don't see any news on it. probably coming into some resistance around the right around here between the current price and 5. That would be for Peloton. All right, let's take a look at the PDYN retired in our YouTube room. Wants me to give it a push. There's the VWAP. Yeah, 317. So, well, I have my price alert a little bit above that. I'll put it a little bit lower than the original price alert and see if it takes it out. It's a pretty low float, 14 million in the float. They had some news yesterday. All right, guys. Let's see now. Banzai, BNZI. Let's take a look at it. So the VWAP is 586. So yeah, so it's pulled back into the VWAP area. Okay, retired. You might be getting your wish now for the PDYN. Can you post reverse splits in the room? Yeah. You mean in the specific stocks, or what? Like, where do you want to put them? Draw. Sorry, I'm just reading that now. Wherever you've been posting them before, I would keep putting them there. You mean in the specific stocks? Oh, in the alert section, in the post alerts. I don't know. You can try. You can try. Go ahead and try. Okay. See if you've got that privilege. Because you're right. That would be an excellent place to put it. So we have a reference all the time instead of having to scroll up to see wherever you posted that. All right. Well, there's the PDYN guys right back up. Okay, guys, PDYN is right back up now. Okay, you happy retired? Okay, guys, sorry about that. What time is it now? 9:55. Okay, so we were about half an hour in. Well, interesting. Not that I want to do that because it's not really weak, but I didn't realize I do have shorts available for BYRN. Here's a more expensive one, guys, in the momentum PFGC. What's happening with this one? Is it an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. PF PFGC. See if there's any news on this one. Wells Fargo. So these analysts are piling into a lot of these different stocks. Target of $88 for PFGC. Now, again, when I say that, don't think that it's automatically going to go to $88. It may never get there. That is an opinion. Take it for what it's worth. Or this NISN got halted on the way down again. Cheap one, guys. I know. I think somebody posted this already, but SRFM popped up and moved that back down. SRFM got up to 227. See if there's any news on this one. Canaccord. Okay, big deal. $2.20 price target. Well, there's the IKT making a new high, guys. Market high, not a pre-market high. 190 was the pre-market high, approximately. So it's making a market high. But look at that, getting right into that 200-day moving average. So if you can see my daily chart, you can see there's a green line there. It got right into the 200-day moving average and stalled. 200-day moving average is actually 172. So market is looking so strong. So there was something at, I'm going to look, check that calendar again. So 10 o'clock, there were, well, actually right now, 10 o'clock, wholesale inventories, preliminary. I don't know if that'll affect the market at all, but yeah, there's PLL showing up on my momentum scanner, showing up here, showing up here. A lot of areas where a PLL is showing up. This is a big one. This is a pretty good one from yesterday or 2 days ago, anyway. Actually, it was on a 2 day run, a little drop yesterday, above yesterday and the day before's high now, PLL. Low float. It's a lithium play. I guess the lithium plays have been fairly active. Well, I took myself out of the PDYN basically flat the second time I got in, guys. I was really hoping it would rip into the 40s, but it did not get there. So I'm still interested in it later on. So what I'm going to do with the PDYN is a little greedy on it. I was hoping it would, I was really hoping it was get into this, into the 40s up here. So what I'm going to do is reset my price alert a little bit over that VWAP again, 323, and see if it happens later on. Wow, there's the Buru. Remember, I was talking about the Buru in the pre-market, and this surprised me a little bit. I thought maybe it would completely give it up today. It came from 57 cents yesterday, got up to 121. I expected it probably to drip down below a dollar, but no. And that is the BURU. And let's take a look left on the weekly chart. Yeah, that's right. We saw $2. I mean, $2 is the next high in the weekly chart for BURU. Very low float. I remember if I had any, trying to remember if I had any news yesterday that caused a little pop. So you're posting that in the support section draw. Well, where could this PLL go? I mean, I have to take a look at the monthly chart now. So the next high in the monthly chart is 1656. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high in the monthly chart. So it would have room on the monthly chart. I hope you took your profit on that one retired on the PDYN. But I have, I'm holding out for maybe later on in the day, a play later on in the day for PDYN. So this is another way to trade. I don't know what trades more, but CUK, another way to trade CCL. My guess is that CCL trades more. See, 955,000 and CCL trades. Yeah, way more. So if you want more liquidity trading Carnival, trade CCL as opposed to CUK, I guess. All right, HELE is now at almost at the high of the day, almost, very close. And this is an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays, guys, out there. So this is an earnings play. And when you look left on the monthly chart anyway, it's got a lot of room, $93. Let me bring back the weekly chart to see where it could go on the weekly chart. You can't even see it on the weekly, so I'll back it out a little bit. So might be the same, yeah. So that's the same high on the monthly and the weekly chart for HELE. So on both of those, they've got room. It has room. Looking at a weekly or a monthly. And that is HELE. So I don't usually trade these more expensive ones, but I'm definitely interested in this one. In the pre-market, well, I'm sorry, market high. Market high was 70, almost $78. So it's pulling back just a little bit. I don't normally trade these ones, but definitely interested in it. Basing nicely, guys. I mean, it's nicely basing over 77 right now, just barely. Yeah, the spread can get a little crazy though. Though remember, it is a $77 stock. So, but there's your bid ask 83.06. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue screen that I'm showing. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's a drop now, so I'm going to wait. Obviously, I want to see if it gets back up to this area, but a little bit of a drop now underneath 77 for HELE. All right. Well, this holo that did a 1 for 20 reverse split today. So yeah, so it's only going to have about 6 million. Or did you say 1 for 6? I'm sorry, because you said there's 20 million in the float. SGML guys, SGML is now ripping here. SGML is ripping. Oh, I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that, PJ. So SGML guys, I don't know what the news is on this one, but this had news. Yes, even had any news yesterday. Yeah, I don't see it's a lithium play. So I guess the lithium plays are there's some of them anyway. Some of them anyway are moving. Out of Brazil. I didn't realize that this was out of Brazil. How about Mir guys? Remember Mir from yesterday? MIR from yesterday, above yesterday's high now, and it's a lifetime high now. MIR is a lifetime high. Let's see if we can take out 13. Right now it's 1290, 1292 on the bid ask. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, of course. 205 million in the float, but this appears to be an all-time high. There's okay, guys. There's the PLL making another move and over 15. So this okay, it's another lithium play. So the lithium plays are definitely alive today, and they were yesterday. Actually the last few days. So lithium is alive. Alan, I see. Okay, you got a question for me? Go ahead. Okay, let's see how well this can hold 15. I'm going to put a price alert just a little bit above 15 for PLL. Okay, give me a moment. Are you talking about that one? Did you have a last name associated with it? Yeah, okay, I deleted it. Okay, got it. Okay. All right, guys, there's PLL right back up again, guys. PLL right back up again. Hmm, kind of weird stuff when I'm posting. Let me do that again. Okay. Well, there's the IKT guys now. IKT making a market high. Pre-market high was up here at around $1.90. Sober, yeah, sober. William was mentioning sober earlier. SOBR, so yeah, it's doing its thing again. And the high looking left is 945. Yes. Okay, I see Holo got halted on the way down again. Again, PLL holding 15 very nicely so far, anyway. Okay, guys. Wow, 10:15 already. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage and the information you can find on it. Okay. Okay, give me one moment. All right. So here's okay. So on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So there is a way in which you can take out a subscription. Excuse me, Barry 15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. Go PLL. Sorry, guys, cheerleading badly, but um, first month only, or the entire year of a subscription. Okay. Now, if you take out a subscription, all I ask is this: use my promo code. Okay. That'll really help to keep the room free. You notice we've got a bit of a room upgrade today. So it really helps to keep the room free if you use my subscription or my promo code. The room gets credit for the subscription. It's really that simple. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, excuse me, starting off with the download and install, first startup and login. Scroll down a little bit. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, the two main ingredients of Trade Ideas. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, or sorry, if you, I'm sorry, if you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is a series of videos all free for you if you're new to trading. Okay. Daily stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here, free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. Now, I think it probably got stopped down. Okay. I think it had a decent day yesterday, but then it fell. My guess is that it may have got stopped out. But anyway, it did have a decent little jump yesterday, but you would have had to trade it out, I guess. But anyway, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you check, if you don't, and if you don't see it there, please check your promotions folder if you have Gmail. This is our education section, is right here. Here's our user guide. More information about getting started. A lot more information about alert windows, top list windows. I'm running a race right here. Okay, here's how you can create your own stock race. I'm going to go over this race, but here's how you can create your own stock race using your own parameters. Price alerts. I use price alerts all the time on my charts. Want to create your own watch list with symbols you want to follow, stocks you want to follow. Here's how you do it. Obviously, there's a lot more in this in the user guide. Like any other software program, you don't have to learn everything that's in the guide. Okay, don't get hung up on that. Getting started again. Now, daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Wednesday. It should be Jamie. Jamie sometimes listens to me, but I'll confirm that before I do take my break. Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. If you click on my homepage link, scroll down, here are my scans. So these are all the scans that I'm currently sharing. These are the ones that I'm displaying for you that you guys can see actually, okay? So the biggest scanners from the start of the race is here. Relative strength leaders is here. The Halts resumes here. And then the upside movers versus downside movers is here. Now I do have a couple of other scans on my other monitor that I'm just not displaying for you, but you can have a look at them. There's the momentum scan. And then the other one is the large cap gainers from the start of the race, which is here. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. Do not have them all up and running though at the same time. It'll be way too much information overload, okay? Okay. Well, that was short-lived, unfortunately for me and the PLL guys. Oh God, I wish I could get moving, but anyway, got a little bit out of it. Was hoping for a lot more, but c'est la vie, as they say. Market is still ripping here. Well, ripping. It's still maintaining the highs. So whatever happened at 10 o'clock obviously did not affect the market in an adverse way. Now, what is Trade Ideas? We are we're fabulous at real-time alerting, okay? A lot of screening programs are out there. Nothing wrong with the screening program, but we take it one step further with real-time alerting. So let me explain what I mean. If you take a look at this, this is an alert window. That's why it says A in the upper left-hand corner. That's my momentum scan that I'm sharing. So if I right click on it and I click on configure and I click on summary. So again, this is the screening aspect of the scan. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least three, that means it has to be trading at least three times, excuse me, three times normal that it would normally be trading up to this time of day. Okay. Why I call it a momentum scan? That's because the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Okay. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. These are all real-time alerts that you're seeing here. So for instance, the GLW, that was at 10:21 plus 10 seconds. So a little over a minute ago. So since then, no other stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's how this works. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. It's on my homepage. It's called Momo. But if you want to make any changes to it, of course you can. Maybe you don't like my price range. Maybe there's something else you don't like about it, or maybe you want to add a filter that you like. Okay. It's up to you. Want to build your own scan from scratch? You can, of course. Now I'll click on search. So right at the very top, the two most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I keep scrolling down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we have, the screeners, okay? Now, again, if you're seeing this for the first time, don't get hung up on how many we've got. Don't think, well, this program is way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn all these? Well, the good news is you don't have to, okay? The only reason there are so many, and this, I hope this makes obvious sense. When the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that meant they had to create a lot of real-time alerts and all these different screeners, filters, to satisfy the majority of our customers who want to create their own scans to combine, the alerts with the filters. So you don't have to learn them all. I personally only use the new high and the new low of the day. Okay. Doesn't mean the rest of these are useless. Okay. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style may be different. So you can kind of scroll through, and if you see something that you're familiar with, you can take a look at it. But don't get hung up and wondering, well, what the heck is checkmark? Don't get hung up on all this. Okay. Boy, that PLL got ugly. Well, you got to be, even these ones. I mean, it's not a low float. I'm actually a little bit surprised. Let me take a look. I know I'd have it somewhere in a race, maybe. Yeah, even though, oh, okay, I'm wrong. Okay, it only has 17 million in the float, so that is the reason why it can be so volatile. Still up for the day, 14%, but man, I was hoping it would keep going. So let me go over this race right here that you see. There's that Buru. So why is Buru at the top? Buru, Buru. Why is this at the top? Well, since the race started, and I'm running 4-minute races, and remember, if you want to, you can construct your own race with your own set of parameters, your time, the symbols that you want to see, etc. But I'm just going to explain what this race is. So since the race started, almost 4 minutes ago, we have another 19 seconds before this race stops. It has moved 5%. It's only 6 cents, but it has moved 5% since the race started. Okay. I'll let this race get over. All right, so it just won a race. So Buru just won that race, and notice that it's just been added to this list. What happens is over the course of the day, the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day will automatically give you a top 10 list of those stocks. So at the very top here, Holo has won 4 races, the PDYN 2 races, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list constructed for you automatically. which is great because now it gives you sort of a watch list that you can focus on if you want. Okay, number one. Number two is that when you see a stock in here, first of all, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. I would click on any symbol I see here just to see what's happening. Okay, let's take a look at Duo. So Duo 179. So the VWAP is 179. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, you could take a look at this and think, okay, what if it takes out the VWAP and starts to move? And we all have different styles of trading. So, even though I'm somebody who loves to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, this can be easily used for pullback type plays. Check, anything that's in this list, click on it, see what's happening with it. Here's another one. The VWAP is 162. It's at 157 right now. Again, maybe if the VWAP holds, it could start running from there. So again, if you see anything in this list, let's take a look at Lay's. Lay's has been a super active one. 894 is the VWAP. Well, it's below the VWAP. Maybe it gets up to the VWAP and maybe that stalls it. Now, unfortunately, there are no shorts available for me to short, but you could have looked at this if it gets into the VWAP again and the VWAP acts as resistance. Maybe it moves down from there, giving you a potential shorting opportunity. Again, there's all sorts of ways to trade, of course. But this gives you at least a focus on some stocks that you could follow all day long. So the question now should be, if you're looking at this for the first time, well, why are these stocks showing up? What makes them special? Well, all races start from a top list window. So if I right click on this top list window, you'll notice that there's an option that says open top list. I'm going to click on that. It's going to show up on one of my other monitors. And here is the top list. Notice that if I right click on the top list, it says launch real-time stock race. So that should be a big clue for you. You can construct your own top list and run your race based on that. So why are these stocks showing up in here in this particular top list window? And look how big the list is. Look how long it is. Lots and lots of stocks are in here. So if I right click on it and click on the configure and summary, this is telling me what stocks should appear in this top list window. So if the stock is between $1 and $50 up and has traded at least 200,000 shares and is up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be a stock that'll show up on this list of stocks, this giant list of stocks. Okay, so that's fine. Before we had races, this is how people would use our top list window. So as long as you had a column header, you can sort on any column header that you've got. So you notice I've got C percent, which is the change from yesterday's close. So if I double left click on it, it's going to tell me that ALTM is up 30% from yesterday's close. IKT 30% also, Holo, etc. Okay, so this is showing me the stocks that are up the most from yesterday's close with my parameters. Between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares traded, etc. If I want to see the stocks that have traded that are up the most from their opening trade of the day, I double left click on. I have that as a header. That's the 0%. Okay, and that is the change, or 0%. That is the change from the open percent. So again, BYU, which I know just got halted, is up 124% from yesterday's or from its opening trade of the day, etc., all the way down. So that may be nice to know, but what the race does, it takes this allows you, though, in this list of stocks that you're inferior or somewhat interested in, so right range you like, right price range that you like, minimum volume, things like that. What if one of these stocks just started to move, though, and it really started to move up? We get the question a lot. Well, how can I find a stock that's really starting to move that maybe is not at the high of the day? Okay, well, here's how you can do it. So Zeta, as an example, ZETA. What if it it's up 2% from the opening trade of the day? Well, what if Zeta, for whatever reason, really started to move? It's up 2%, 4%, 5%, 10%. For some reason, it just started to move up this list. Well, of course, you could never see that, right? I mean, it's a huge list of stocks. How do you know that one's going to move? but one of these stocks could be moving. Well, the race takes care of that for you. The race will tell you what stock is moving in that giant list of stocks, okay, that is moving the most since the race started. The race doesn't care whether a stock is near the high of the day, near yesterday's high, near the most that's moved since since its opening print. It doesn't care. All it cares about is in that giant list of stocks, what stock is moving the most. And there's Shady's EVGO. I see that right here. Nice. Yeah, really nice. Next high looking left on the weekly chart is 768 or so. So it still has a little bit of room looking at a weekly chart. So that's that race here, okay? Now, this is a very volatile race, okay? Typically, you can get some stocks that really move up and down very rapidly, okay? Wonderful if you're on the right side of it. Not so great if you're on the wrong side of it. If you're new to trading, this can be, these can be a real challenge because usually the float's pretty low, but they can be very volatile. So my recommendation, if you're new to trading, would be maybe to take a look at a race like this. This is the large cap gainers from the start of the race. Now, some may look at this and go large cap. Well, it's not really because I'm going to show you the filters that I've added. But notice that typically, now this is a pretty big move, 1%. But typically you will not see big percentage moves in this race. In this race here, you can see, 4 or 5, 10, sometimes 20% moves. And that's because, well, I'll explain. The float, there's no float minute, there's no float minimum, there's no market cap minimum, because that's what I added here. I added 2 filters. I'm going to open this top list, and probably is not going to be a lot of stocks. There's actually more than I thought. Sometimes when we open this top list, there might only be about 20 stocks. But this is what I did. This is the big difference between this race and the race I just demonstrated, is because I added 2 filters. If I right click, configure, summary. So I added 2 filters. The market cap has to be at least $500 million, and also the float has to be at least 50 million. Consequently, you're not going to get as many stocks as you are in this list. I am surprised we have as big a list as we do, but you're just not going to get the big percentage moves, which is okay. Okay, it just means that they're less volatile. Consequently, I hate to use the term easier to trade, but they're just not as volatile. Okay, so you may want to concentrate on something like this if you're just starting out. Notice the same thing happens. You'll get a top 10 list that is automatically built for you of stocks that you can follow all day long. Okay. And again, I'm sharing this. I am sharing this. Just go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and it's the second race. The biggest large cap gainers from the start of the race. Okay, guys. Now, welcome to the room, by the way. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. I should always preface everything I say by that. Welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. Approximately 3 p.m. I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 3. I'll stay later if there are questions. William or now Draw, up to them, can keep the room open later if they want. Okay. No, there's no pressure for them to do that. But when I take off, the main room can be open later or can remain open after I take off. So if you missed EVGO earlier, there is, well, I'm just going to say, look at this. I mean, there's the VWAP, seem to hold it, right? Okay, there's the VWAP at 701. I mean, a lot of people look at the VWAP and look at that as potential areas of support or resistance. So in this case, if you missed it the first time, you could watch it and say maybe put a price alert around the VWAP area, or maybe had a thumbnail chart of it. Somehow been able to know that, okay, it looked like maybe the VWAP is holding it. Maybe. No guarantee, of course, but that is a trading style. People like, there are a lot of people who look at the VWAP as an area of potential support, or if a stock is moving higher, resistance. Or maybe you've got a moving average that you have on whatever time frame that you like to trade. Maybe you've got a moving average on that chart, and maybe it comes into that moving average, and maybe that act as support. I mean, trading is not easy. Okay, you got to spend you got to spend time understanding what the charts are telling you. That's why we've got that. If you go to my homepage and you click on the education section, I'm sorry, no, you go to my homepage, you see Trading 101. That is a series of videos, all free, because you have to have some idea when you click on an alert. Well, what is the charts are telling you a story. You have to be able to decipher that story that it's trying to tell you. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of squiggles on a chart. What does that mean to you? So again, this is a trading room, but it is a support room also. Okay. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up in a trade that requires my 100% attention, I'll let you know. But typically, that's not the case. Even if I'm in a trade, I can usually help. If it's an accounting type question, I cannot help, but I can direct you to the parties that can help you. Okay. And Jamie, yes, Jamie is will take over for me in about an hour and a half. He just confirmed that. So when I take my break at noon Eastern time, Jamie will take over for me in our YouTube room. Man, Pepe, can I say it? Can I say it, Pepe? If you're hearing me. Okay, trading in NWA. Just give me a moment. Okay, Casey, I'm sorry. I'm just seeing that question now. You asked at 10:37. Okay, I'll answer your question also. Okay, just give me a moment. KV Ray also. I just give me a moment. So trading NWA. So if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. Okay, so when you click on my homepage link, this is what I was talking about, Trading 101. Okay, it's a free series of videos that Michael Noss, a Trade Ideas, put together. Okay, and I always say it like that because don't worry, it's not a third party. You're not going to get inundated with emails, asking you to buy something. Okay, so this is all in house. Okay, trading trading in NWA. Want to make sure you understand that. Now, when you say education, are you talking about trading education or you're talking about using trade ideas? Because otherwise, it's the getting started. I have to. There's a difference, of course. If you're new to trading, this is for you, Trading 101. But if you're new to trade ideas, okay, good. But then you also should take a look at the get started afterwards. Okay. All right. Now the next one. Is there a preset to get into a large cap top list? A large cap top list. Um, well, I can give you one very, very quickly if you want. I mean, they're pretty simple to do. KC. Okay. So for instance, okay, now you can define what you mean by a large cap, but let me just open this top list. See how it's shrunk? Remember how big it was before, but you see how it's getting less? Okay, so So I can what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna duplicate this, okay? Because then I don't wanna change it for me, but I'll duplicate it, and then you tell me what your parameters are, okay? So I'm gonna click on configure, summary. Okay, what price range do you want? Number 1. So I've got 10 and 50, but what price range do you want? Okay. What market cap? What minimum market cap do you want? I've got half a billion, but I mean, you might want that to a lot. That is not a low market cap or a high, like a low market or a high market cap. Okay. I mean, many will say, several billion would be, but you tell me what you want for your market cap because everybody has a different idea. Okay. Well, I'll just give you this then. Okay. Here's your float, 50 million. I'll just give you this and you can make the adjustments later if you want. And this would be a top list that you could use. You click on the summary. Here's the English language of what it's looking for. Okay. So I'll give you this if you want. Okay. And then you can make the adjustments as you see fit. Okay. There's the cloud link for it. And then was there one other question? KV Ray, do I add into a trade going your way? Typically, I'm all in the first time. Typically, I'm all in the first time. Just give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm now back. Just waiting to hear if Pepe is in the room. Ah, shoot. Did I miss it? Not yet. Okay, guys. So CLIK just opened. So you can see the structure for, as Draw pointed out, 1.4 million, $4 IPO. Okay. So it's a little bit above the IPO price. So that means there is a little bit of enthusiasm. Okay. Well, that's what I like to see. I want to see how well it holds over the IPO price. And, this is not for the faint of heart. Okay. But, the longer it holds over that IPO price, I'm gonna stick an alert up here. Pacemaker's okay. Funny man, draw, funny man. Give the man a little bit of power and he becomes a, comedian. Though you were always rather comedic before, so yeah, so KB Ray, I can't advise you one way or the other, okay? There are a lot of people that take like William, I know, he doesn't go full, full bore, his first position usually, but there's, I just have my style. I've just been used to, taking my full position right off the bat. Okay, I'm really watching this click, guys. Now, this is not as exciting as the one from yesterday, the SKK. When I say exciting, because the SKK really kind of ripped off the IPO price right off the bat. This is still kind of hanging around. So for me, the jury's out still on this one. Yeah, look at this now. So this is not like yesterday's, guys. Now, yesterday's was out of well, this is Singapore also. So yeah, this is not as, but I do have a price alert at the high of the day. If it takes that out later on, I might get into it. Okay. And this just, in fact, this just got halted on the way down now. So yeah, this is nowhere near the one that we had yesterday. And this is what I mean. Look at SKK. Look what happened with SKK. It opened here at around 4. Remember, the IPO price was also 4, and it's not straight up, but it got up to $11. This doesn't now it's nobody's marrying these, okay? Okay, I'm not to give you the idea that these are awesome IPOs and you should just pile into them. But on the first day of these ones from usually from China or Singapore, they can do something crazy. They can do. But look at this one, the other one is not doing anything crazy at all. What you talking about, Willis? Yeah. ENVX guys, maybe take a look at this one. Why? Well, it's got room. It's over the whole number. ENVX is over the whole ENV. It's over the whole number. The high today is looks like it's around 1242. So it's a little bit below that. But look at this though. On the weekly chart, look at the room it's got. ENVX 1512 or so. So this has got some room. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert in that area. It's not a low float. Again, they don't all have to be low floats to follow them, of course, but and see if it takes that out a little bit later. This has been on a run for the last several days. The low of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago was 890. Okay, guys, I'm wow, the SPY again is just making new high after new high. Is this an all-time high? It must be getting close. Take a look at the SPY on a weekly chart. Got to be very close. 574.49. That looks like the all-time high. So it looks like we're at an all-time high. Is that right? 574.49, and we're just a little bit above that. So it looks like we're at an all-time high for the SPY. Speaking of SKK, look at this. Felt it on the way down. Again, when we're looking at these crazy ones out of Singapore or China, these low float, low priced IPOs, they usually maybe can turn into a same day trade, but certainly not usually not multi-day trades. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just going to do one thing. Don't worry, we're still here. Okay, guys, I want to start looking at some of these large cap movers, okay? Now, before I do that, let's take a look at ATYR and see what it is doing. ATYR. Well, look at ATYR. So it's a nice run. I don't want to chase it right now, but look at the high looking left, 224. If it can take that out, yeah, I don't know if it has enough room. I mean, if it gets through 224, then the next high is 250. No, I mean, if it went from 224 to 250, that'd be great. But I'm always thinking that people are, other traders like myself, they're looking at that high and probably bailing before in case it gets stalled there. I mean, great if you're in it now, is what I'm saying. Great if you're in it now, but for me, it might be a little too late. Look at Pfizer even. Look at Pfizer having a, a big move here. Up 4%. I mean, that's a big move. 5.6 billion in the float. That's a big move, but it's been on a bit of a run here. So here we go. So Pfizer rises. The CEO, Bourla, to meet the activist investor Starboard, who's been obviously the activist investor, of course, wants his share price higher. So there's that. Another cheap one, guys. CTLP. Has it run away yet? Wow, that's what a move in this one. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. CTLP, what's the volume like? Great volume, 500,000 already. Well, already. I mean, it'd probably be 1 million by the end of the day. 8.7 times normal. I don't see. Yeah, so they Cantaloupe, Cantaloupe launches Advantage program. Did not see this in the pre-market, unfortunately. Probably would have if I'd had a little more time. But this is, yeah, I mean, this is looking at a weekly chart. All right, guys, ENVX at a level now that should be and could be interesting. Okay, ENVX, just give me one moment. Okay, sorry about that, guys. So the ENVX is at a really interesting level right now. I mean, look at this. So it's got a high right there. I mean, there's the high of the day. Just a little confused here. 1242. Why don't I see that? Oh, I see. Okay, so 1242 is the high of the week. Okay, we're only so must have hit this must well that hit yesterday. So takes that out. Then it's got a ton of room. It's tomorrow. It's today also, isn't it? I thought it was the 8th and the 9th, right? William, Prime Day, Amazon. Yeah, I'll take a look to see if there's anything I need as opposed to just want. All right, guys, ENVX again looking more and more interesting as it pushes up above yesterday's high. Up to you, completely up to you. Oh, that's what you told me you would do. You stock up for the whole year or something? Troubles with Interactive Brokers, really? I have had no problems, Devin. I mean, I don't obviously I don't support IB, but what kind of troubles you're having? Ugh, ENVX guys, ENVX again. I'm not telling anybody to take the trade, but you heard me talking about it. The level I thought if it took out would be interesting. Now, are you talking about within Interactive Brokers, or are you talking about using Brokers Plus? Okay, you're talking about trading from within Interactive Brokers. Okay, really? Well, boy, that's a tough one. Yeah, no, it's well, I'm on. I've had no issues with it at all today. I've never had an issue with Interactive Brokers, and I think it's almost my 10th year now. Really, a lot of problem. Really. Oh, I must be fortunate. I've only had to call them once. That was the first week 10 years ago. So I haven't had any occasion to call them again. Now, when you say Trader Workstation, now I'm on Mosaic. I honestly don't know what the difference is. I see there's something called Classic TWS, but I've been on Mosaic forever, like right from the beginning. Again, it shows you I'm no expert in IB. I don't know. I don't even know what the difference would be. Oh, I see. Well, that I certainly cannot help you with, Drew. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, I don't use Book Trader at all. I just so old fashioned. I don't use Book Trader at all. I just use the the old order entry. All right, guys, 11 o'clock. So yeah, I just use the order entry. The old style. I don't use Book Trader. I've never used it. I know it exists. I've seen it, but I have a very simple style of trading. I don't really need anything fancy. And Drew, sorry, Devin, that with trade ideas, you can link with really too slow, really? You can link with trade ideas, right? So that when you click on an alert in trade ideas, it'll load into your order entry or however your book trader or order entry. You know that though, right? Maybe you don't know that. So when I click on any symbol, it automatically loads into my order entry. So what do you mean by lags? Are you talking about charts now? Oh, if you've not so you have not linked using our external linking tool? Yeah, so I'm not using their charts, Nat, okay, Nat the broker. I'm not using their charts at all, so I can't speak about that. Oh, well, you've got to do that. Devin, you've got to do that, okay? It's so simple. I'll show you. You don't have to do it right now, but this is how you do it. If you click on tools or a toolbar and then click on external linking, okay? You'll get this window will pop up and you would click on add a link and then you just follow these instructions. Well, it says while keeping this window active, mouse over the target window and hold down the shift key to collect the window. So what I do is I take my pointer and I put it right in the order entry box, and then I press down the shift key, and that establishes the link. Okay. There's only one other thing you have to do though. You know what I'll do? Just for you, I will disable the link. I'll delete the link and I'll start from scratch. Okay. So I'll add the link, add link, and I'm going to follow. It's going to be on my other monitor. Obviously, my platform, broker's platforms on my other monitor. So now I've put it in the order entry and I'll press down the shift key like it's saying. See what it says now? Currently linked, Interactive Brokers. Okay. The only other thing you have to do is in the rules section, there's a little drop down, pick Interactive Brokers Live. Okay. And then say, okay, now that's it. Now, every time I click on an alert, it loads into my order entry and everything else. I've got my news or my time and sales. See how it changes? Okay. And within Interactive Brokers, all you have to do is make sure you have the same colored link with everything if you want everything to change. But yeah, and that's a tremendous time saver because I am obviously clicking on many alerts all day long. It would be a real pain if I had to type them in. All right, guys. So there's the SMCI, which really had a crazy day yesterday. Let's back this 15-minute chart out, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Had a big pre-market pop, got up over 50, and then the market opened and it went all the way back down to 44, recovering again though. Now back up to 49. Yeah, I know you guys have been talking about this NUWE, and yeah, what a pop now it had. Look at the volume that came in. Again, I'm demonstrating this because people ask, well, how would I have seen that? Well, many types of scans. So here's the NWE in the momentum scan. Remember, the volume has to be 1,000% of normal in 1 minute. So I mean, you can just look at the volume that is coming. I know I don't have a 1 minute chart up, but trust me, that's why it's called a momentum scan. All of a sudden, the volume came in. Okay, so you'd see it there. I am surprised you're not seeing it here. Maybe because the price. I think I might have a $2 minimum on here, but you can see it here in the race. Look at that; it's moved 7.5%. Okay, give me one moment, please. Don't worry. Screen's on black for a second. All right, so William is posting that in the room. So here's the SGML, another lithium play. Looked like a lot of them did the same thing. Like PLL did the same thing, hit a high and then dropped. Well, I can say a lot of them. I can only talk about two of them, but PLL and SGML. Now, William is talking about China. So let's take a look at China, KWEB. And so that's what he's saying. Is that China pop on word they may issue additional government T bonds. Okay, so my guess then is you're going to get a lot of China stocks. Take a look at BABA, probably doing the same thing. Probably not as many as the cheap ones, but here's TAL, China Education Stock. TAL, that's probably popping also. And looking left for TAL, the next high, a lot of room, 1192, a lot of room. So if that rumor is, kind of call it correct, whatever you want to call it, then these sort of stocks can really start to move. Okay, so changing the font. So are you talking about the font size, VB? I'm talking to VB, and you asked a question in support. Are you talking about changing the font size? Okay, so now I understand it doesn't change the font size of like VB, okay, or people's names. But if you want the text to be changed, just use your keyboard and control, and then either the minus or the plus key, okay, depending on if you want it smaller or larger, and that'll change it, okay? It won't change the size. Now, Sebastian, who came into the room, I mean, this is the new version of the old room, okay? And so the developer came into the room, and one of the questions was, well, why can't we change the size of the person's name also? So he said he'll look into it, but right now, I'm not sure that's a big deal, but that's how you can change the overall font or the text anyway. That's what I did. Where is that Pepe? Oh, you're here. Okay. Well, I wanted to ask you, Pepe, am I crazy or not? So I'll leave it like that. No. Am I crazy or not in my thinking here? So because of this new room, this is the first time I've been able to use Edge, okay, using the new room or the new format. So I'm on Edge on everything now, and my computer seems to whispering along. Am I crazy? Because that's why I wanted to go to Edge for everything, but I could not go to Edge. I could not go to Edge with the old room. I could not have the same type of login. So, but I mean, to me, it's like a miracle because yesterday my computer was just, it was driving me crazy. But I wanted your opinion because you guys probably can't hear my computer at all now, right? It's amazing if that's the difference. All right, guys. Now I know some of you have been talking about CCL, and CCL just made a new high again. Okay, CCL just made a new high again, and over 20. And wow, looking left, I mean, this has got a ton of room still. And again, CCL, Citibank decided, or Citi decided to take a look at all the cruisers and upgrade the heck out of them. Okay, Norwegian, NCLH, they upgraded to from 20 to 30. CCL, 28 from 25. And look at RCL from 204 to 253. So Citi, for whatever reason today, they decided to take a look at all the cruisers and say, well, we like what we see and we're upgrading them. And again, it doesn't mean that they're going to get to those prices, okay? But certainly, it does not hurt if you're trading them today. And you can see on my the large cap. Look at this. So you see NCLH has won 4 races. CCL has won 2 races. If I had a higher price range in this RCL, I'm sure it would have won some races too. But my price range is $50 max. Well, it's been a pretty interesting day for me so far. Yeah, I mean the PDYN was a very quick early trade for me that worked out very well. The second time, I basically got stopped out flat. The PLL, yeah, it basically got out for pennies. I was really hoping it would rip. ENVX has been inching its way. I did not take the CCL, but I'm looking at it, but I did not take it. I've got another 45 minutes in the room until I take my break. All right, guys. Well, look at URGN. I saw this one yesterday. I had a big day yesterday. Actually popped up. But look at today. URGN is starting to really drift down here. And let's see where it could go. The weekly chart cannot see anything on the weekly chart. So, as you know, I'll go to the monthly chart just to see where the next low is. So, On the monthly chart, the next low is 1058. So about a dollar to that next low. And this was back in May. Mm. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm going to put myself on mute just for about a minute, okay? Okay, guys, just give me a moment. I'll put the announcement up here. I'm just going to be on mute for a bit. All right, guys, I'm back. What time is it now? 11:22. So yeah, that ENVX is working out really nicely. A lot better than I thought it would actually. And I wish I was in the CCL. Hopefully, some of you might have taken that ENVX. So again, why I liked it is because when we look left, and I think it was the same high on the, I think it might have been the same high on the weekly and the monthly chart for ENVX. Okay. And it's way up here at 15. So we knew it had some room to run. Okay. And so if you're new to my trading style, that's all I look at. I just look left, look left, look left. I'm still waiting for the t-shirt. No, I don't trade futures at all. I just trade. Sorry, Devin, I'm just seeing your your post now. I've only trade stocks. I had a fling, the E-minis, probably the worst possible time, or maybe the best possible time, depends on, I suppose, your outlook. Back in 2008 or 9, when you'd have 50, 100, 200 point swings daily. And somebody said, you should trade the E-minis. And I just got killed. It didn't last long. I probably for about a week. I just didn't understand. In fact, I'll never forget. I mean, I know I'm digressing here. I'll never forget. I was in a trade and I didn't know how to get out of it. I couldn't, based on the platform I was in, I couldn't remember if I was long or short. And I was sweating like you wouldn't believe because I'm trying to get out of a trade. I was adding to it and then I was getting out of it. I was adding to it. Man. And, it turned out okay because it came back for me, but I had no idea. I was so stupid for not practicing with the platform first. Anyway, that's a long time ago. All right, guys, SKK. So, okay, yes, somebody said it was back to the IPO price of 4. So it's trying to move a little bit here. It came out of the halt, out of the halt, SKK. Look at this spy. My goodness. I mean, what a what a run. Wow. Now, why didn't I take more of this? ENVX. I better actually take a look at it on the daily chart. Just back this out just a little bit. I want to see where on the daily chart where the next high is. Oh, great. You know what? Still has room. $14. $14 still has room on the daily chart. So there's the weekly high. But you're right. Yeah, thanks, Sam. Yeah, it's about $14 on the daily chart. And CCL didn't take it, but ripping. Not ripping, but inch by inch. This is why I'm saying, guys, these ones can be a little more easier on you. Okay. Usually you don't get the wild gyrations because, and it's all because of the float. Look at ENVX, 149 million in the float. So just because these don't have usually like the big percentage moves, it doesn't mean these are not great to trade because they can be, just not as volatile. That's all. You still have to pay attention. You still cannot wander away from your computer. Sober, SOBR. So this is, yeah, look at this. I mean, moving again. The next high looking left, got room. It has room. 945 is the next high looking left. Okay, let's take a look at Sedge, guys. Solar play, SEDG. Okay, take a look at Sedge. SEDG. Why? Well, 19 is almost $20 is almost the next high. Okay, so it's got room, obviously, on the daily chart. SEDG. It is moving, and I don't know if it's just moving with the market. Now, Morgan Stanley cuts the price target, but retains the rating. So it cuts it to 23 from 28. Okay. I mean, this is a day to go long, guys. I mean, market has not had any pullback whatsoever. I'm not saying it's going to remain like this all day. And we do have FOMC just minutes though at 2 o'clock. Okay, just minutes. So there's no pressure at 2:30. All right, I have just taken some off the ENVX. It's getting closer to that whole number for me, so I've taken some off. You guys don't have to do the same thing, but that's what I have done. So Chris, if you can hear me, you can probably not hear my computer. And yesterday it was driving me crazy. I'm talking to Chris Ti Chris. He was sort of listening to me, so I'm talking about using Edge now and everything. Oh, there you are, Chris. Yeah, thank you. No kidding. Oh, I did not say the market is not stopping. I said right now, I said the market is not stopping right now. It has not been a pullback. I'm not saying it's going to keep going for the rest of the day at all, John. I'm just saying there has not been a pullback yet at all. And, we might get one later on, maybe 2 o'clock, maybe earlier. I'm just saying right now, the market has not had any. Oh, I see. Okay, you're joking. But I got to take everything everybody says seriously. Ah, Chris. I mean, realistic. We have not had a day like this for a while. Okay, I mean, a day in which the market. I mean, what time is it now? 11:30. So at 9:30. So we're 2 hours into the market without any sort of a pullback. Okay, none, zero. Again, I'm not saying it's going to keep going like this all day, but wow. Especially when you look at the market at the beginning, if you were here, look at the SPY at the beginning. I mean, the SPY was negative territory. And then, since then it has rallied from 571 up to 576. So the bottom line is take advantage of it. I haven't said this for a while, but those of you, I don't know if those people are still in the room, but they are going to know what I'm talking about. There's only usually about 4 or 5 days every month that you can really do that you can kind of do well. The rest of them, it can be kind of a grind. Now, I will say this. That is for people in the traditional style of trading, traditional meaning not using trade ideas. Because obviously with trade ideas, we can always find these low floaters and some crazy stuff happening every single day. But typically, the adage was that maybe 4 or 5 days a month in which you can really try to make the money, and otherwise it can be a grind for the other 15. Look at Sears, guys. Sears core is wow. So what room does this have? 212. So I don't know if it has enough room. I mean, there's a lot of volume coming in for some reason for CERS, a lot of volume. It's traded a million shares, but half of that, a little over half of that, is in this 15-minute candle bar right there. So there's some volume coming into CERS. It's not a low float. Again, that's a big move. 10% move for that float. That's a big move. And looking left on that weekly chart, look at this. I mean, 212 is the next high or so. So it might be a little too close because it's going to have to take out 12 or 12 too. So consequently, that is not something, even though I kind of like it, but I don't like it enough to take the trade. Now, John, if the market falls after what you said, I'm banning you from the room, okay? Or at least putting in a timeout for the rest of the day. How's that? Is that okay? Fair enough. For those of you new, I'm just kidding. Well, PJ, you're always walking that tightrope. Always. It's a high wire act with you. So no, it isn't 1533, 1604. I'm sure that means something to you. So no, the latest version, wow, you're really, really, really old, okay, in terms of a version. So if you go to my homepage link, talking to 1533 in our main room. So if you go to my homepage, just give, I'll give you the link. Okay, click on the link. And if you go to that link at the very top, you'll see download, okay? And the latest, this is actually, I think, 1.01 or something like that. This is, I download the beta. The beta is fine, okay? But you're really old, okay? I think the beta is 1.101. So if I click on help and about, I'm always on a development version, but I think the beta is 5.6.101. So you're I don't know. Okay, thanks, Chris. Yeah, so you were really on an old version. I would definitely upgrade. I mean, you don't have to, but I mean, if you want to take advantage of some of the newer features, like maybe this trade, I always forget what it's called, trade wave and things like that. 2 years old. There you go. Chris knows because he's the guy answering all the questions usually. Thank you, Chris, for being in the room. All right, guys. Well, listen, I'm pretty pleased about what's happening in the room. Okay, I thought it was going to be a lot harder in terms of because I was sort of blindsided. I had no idea the new room was going to be up and running today. So when I logged in, I said, "Uh oh, we're going to have some issues." But I think everything's gone pretty smoothly. Okay, we know how now people want to decrease the font or increase the font. Sure, there might be some minor things, but I think overall, I think it's worked out very well. And people tell me that the resolution is actually better, and the audible is better. So all good. Man, look at IDT here. Is this an all-time high? No, it's not an all-time high. Had a big pop at the beginning. It's actually an earnings play. Okay, didn't see this in the pre-market. The reason why I didn't do anything in the pre-market, but look at IDT. This really ramped up. And look at the weekly chart. Can't see anything on the weekly chart when I look left. And so let's take a look at the monthly chart. Can't see anything on the monthly chart. I'm going to have to back this out then, find out where the next high is. So we've got to go back to December of 2021, I think. Six, No, 4670. 4670 is the next high looking left, and that is January of 2022. So that's, quite a while ago. Okay. That's the next high looking left on the monthly chart for IDT, and this is an earnings play. Okay, guys. So if you're in the EVNX, just be aware of that whole number. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to stall there, but that's why I decided to take some off. So you can see just kind of, still looking good. But what was the high here? I think it was around 1290. This drives me crazy, Chris, if you're still here, that, on the HTML charts that you have to do this left click nonsense to bring up the high, low, and all that. And sometimes and I'm left clicking, I'm left clicking, I'm left clicking, and it still doesn't want to bring it up. Now, well, okay, I'm using bars, so maybe that's the reason, but I usually can but you've got to use bars if you're using the go no go, right? See, I can't. I've been able to do it every now and then, but it just seems finicky. So that's why I don't use the over here. No problem. I guess the reason they don't want to do it is because they've got its information up here. Is that the reason? I still wish they could find a way, though. It's so much easier just to hover over it and have the information appear like this. I mean, it's just another line on top. But anyway, yeah, dip buyer. Yeah, I just don't. There, you see, it finally happened. But I mean, come on. Now I'm wondering if you get the bars a little bit wider. I mean, I've sort of shrunk them a bit, but well, I haven't poisoned myself today with this drink yet. So, but let's see what it's doing. CELH. What's the next high looking left is 30.42. So we've got about a dollar to the next high. But the high of the day was 29.73. So that may block it. Yeah, I just don't like it depends how big your charts are. I don't like all this over here. I mean, I do know that, but I just don't like all this over here. It's just, well, obviously, look what happens. If you've got a giant chart, I guess it doesn't matter. But anyway, I'm going to use the B word too much about it. Ugly, ugly guys. So the tale of two IPOs from on successive days from Singapore. The SKK was awesome yesterday. The CLIK terrible today. Boy, that CCL again. I did not take that one. Boy, that has just been a nice, nice mover. Nice, nice mover. You know, a lot of stocks are probably looking like this, following the SPY. Now, they had news because of the upgrades from Citi, but a lot of stocks are probably looking a lot like this. Just got to take advantage of it. And CLH, not quite as dramatic as CCL. Now, I want to revisit the PDYN. Okay. I want to see what it is doing right now. I know it's underneath three. It may have pulled back way too much, but you know what? If it gets over three later on in the day, this could be one of those late dayers. Okay. I'm not saying it's going to be, but it could be one of those late dayers, but it would have to get up into, I think, this three level. Okay. Maybe base a bit. And then when I say late day, 130 on, and then have a pop through the high of the day on some volume. So that's why I have a price. In fact, I'll put a price alert right now around three and just see if I can take it out later on. And the reason being is that it's got a ton of room. You look left on a weekly or a daily chart, and it's got room to run. Okay, now computer making a little bit of noise, but I think I think what happens too is the more I click, there's something gets cached. If I could ever figure out how to get rid of the cache of all the symbols I've clicked, I bet you that would help too. Atom. Okay, what could happen with Atom? So ATOM, the next high is 317, and then after that, 395. So gotta put an alert here, guys, at around three. I'll put it at around 319, just above that high, and see if it takes it out. Pretty low float, 26 million in the float. Not a lot of volume though, only 309,000. That is 4.8 times normal. So that tells you this does not trade very much if 309,000 represents almost five times normal up to this time of day. But you never know. So I'm going to put I've put my price alert there, and only because when you look left, it's got room to run if it wants to. And the spread is not bad. Well, it's pretty good. Only 2 cents, 310, 312. So again, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactor Brokers, time and sales, nothing to do with trade ideas. Well, I haven't talked at all really about the AI today. We had some early ones, but not a good day. Really not a good day at all from our AI. Okay, little bit of a whining at me, but HELE, yeah, HELE. I mean, it was a potential long from our AI, but and then this one was a potential short, but it bounced actually, BYRN. But it's still not a bad idea just to follow them. You can always go in the opposite direction if it sets up well. All right, guys, getting close. About 10 minutes, I'll be on my break. Yeah, SMXT. It had a well. If you'd been quick, you would have made some money on it because it did get up to $1.17. So that was a 17% pop. But yeah, overall, I wouldn't call it great. And the WW, I mean, jury's out still. It hasn't really moved. It could happen later. I may be able to help. Are you talking about the 10 SMA, John, on the 15-minute chart, or are you talking about his jam down plays, which I do have? Well, it depends on the question. I may be able to help. Or if you're talking specifically about the trade of the week, this week's trade of the week. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. Well, you'll have to wait till tomorrow. Okay. You can always go to Steve is usually in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. Okay. Michal McDonough. Boy, that's a how Scottish or Irish is that? I'm sorry, I'm probably butchering your first name. Sorry. This is in our YouTube room. Asking about Tattoo, TTOO. Yeah, I mean it's got some room. 190 is the next high. Okay, it's an earnings play tomorrow. Okay, I don't know if that makes any difference to you, but it is an earnings play tomorrow after hours. That is TTOO. Okay, but I don't really add anything to it. I mean, maybe the bets are being somewhat placed that it's going to be good, but if you're asking, what do I think about what they're going to release tomorrow? Of course, I have no idea. Here's one, guys. SAR is an earnings play, one of the few earnings plays. And SAR is an earnings play, trying to break out a little bit here. Okay, trying to break out a little bit. It is, yeah, that's pretty terrible, actually. The volume is putrid. For an earnings play, that is really terrible. I mean, I mean, that 160,000 represents 6.7 times normal. So this just does not trade very much. I mean, normally, these companies, of course, all companies have to release every 3 months. And a lot of these companies that do really nothing for 3 months in terms of trading, usually the day they have earnings, their volume will, I mean, in theory, this has exploded. It is 6.7 times normal, but it's only 160,000 shares. So I don't know. I mean, I mean, the spread is not terrible, 91.99, but I would have thought there'd be a lot more volume. You're welcome, Mr. McDonough, because I'm not sure how to pronounce that first name. So it doesn't, Sound like fingernails on a blackboard to you. I guess there are no more blackboards anymore, are there? Or are there? People still teachers still use blackboards? Exactly. Okay, guys. Remember I was telling you about the ENVX. Okay, so I'm totally out of this, totally out of it now. But remember I was telling you about it. You know that 13 might be a bit of a chore to get through. So, I'm not ever telling people how to take profit, but I'm just pointing out what I see. If it makes sense to your trading style, great. If not, ignore me. Boy, draw. I'm having to get used to your being over on the right hand side. You're a good man, Devin, walking your dog. A lot of pet lovers in this room, I think, and of which I am one. Well, I hope I don't jinx it, but I'm going to be taking my break in about 5 minutes. So I hope I don't come back to some massive move down. Amazing move. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the announcement in. Okay, Jamie sometimes shows up a little bit earlier than noon, so I'm going to put the announcement in. Number one. In a moment, as I load my epic pen. Okay, so when Jamie shows up in our YouTube room, I'll be taking my break and I'll be back about 1 p.m. Eastern time. Next step is in the main room. I will put the YouTube link in, so you can head over to YouTube and listen to Jamie if you want. And I always think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube when I do take my break between 12 and 1. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders from Trade Ideas take over for me. We all have different trading styles. So Jamie is probably the closest to me of everybody at Trade Ideas, except he will get into the micro scalping though, and he doesn't mind my saying that. So he can sometimes take some you know trades that might only get 2 or 3 cents, but he's taking a lot of shares. I don't do that. I'm not saying that's all he does though. But you know what? I'll let Jamie explain his trading style once he gets into the room. He's not there yet. And I just heard a little pop. So just give me a moment, Jamie. So I think Jamie is in our YouTube room right now, guys. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And Jamie, just give me one moment as I stop my music. There we go. Mr. Jamie, I'm assuming that's you.
It's my imposter. It's my my body double today.
My goodness, sounds just like the old Jamie. Is this a new improved version or what?
There's been some upgrades, yeah.
Just like the room, we've got a new room going there. I know you probably don't know because you don't come into the main room, but yeah, the room was upgraded today.
Nice. Any
Yeah.
like okay, so any particulars?
I have to go over with the developer Sebastian a little some of the things that are the issue was that we were the last. He supports, I think, about 40 rooms. I think he said we were the last holdout, and so he kept
Okay.
asking us to upgrade. Otherwise, he wouldn't support it anymore. But they tell me they can hear me better, and also the resolution is better. But there are other things that I have to take a look at. It's not like a huge difference, but and people get in the same way. So that was the as long as it makes it easier for people to get in. That's what I like. So
That
anyway, Jamie, what have you done? I mean, I know you listen to me every now and then. Did you hear some of my calls and maybe take some of them, or just ignore me like normal? Oops. Where's Jamie? Did we lose Jamie?
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know what happened there. I was trying to grab the screen and something glitched out. Okay, you should see
Oh,
my
okay.
screen though now, right?
Let me just take a look. And the answer is yes. I see your screen.
Okay,
Yes.
perfect, perfect. Now, getting back to your point, I wasn't very attentive to the market early on.
Okay.
I had a few distractions that I was dealing with.
Okay.
Like, you know, on the one day that I have an out of office appointment, I walk outside this morning and lo and behold, my tire's flat. I'm like,
Oh
what are
gosh.
the odds
Yeah.
that it has to happen today? But anyway,
Yeah.
so some distractions. But Barry, look at the SPY right here, and look at
Oh, I
the
know.
trade wave buy signal on the
I know.
SPY right here.
I know.
Brrrr.
I was saying to people that I used to be in a trading room a long time ago, and the guy there, I mean, I'm talking a long time ago, and he used to say, there are maybe 4 or 5 days in a month where,
Mhm.
really good days that you can make some money, and the rest of
Sure.
them can be grinds. Today's the day, okay, so far, okay, because when's the last time we saw the SPY action like this? Seriously, we
I
haven't had
know,
one
not
pullback.
one all blue bars
Yeah,
right there. I mean, that's pretty crazy.
it is
Um,
crazy.
but it's also kind of like, there was a little pocket of action, but on a day like today, you'd think there'd be a lot more sustained action, but it just kind of seems like
Hmm.
for all-time highs, it's kind of boring right now. And look, we're getting the first color change here. Of course, that candle has to close.
Right.
Um, but just a
I'm on a
solid
5 minute. I'm on a 5 minute, so I don't see the color change. I'm on a 5 minute SPY,
right.
so it's still blue for me.
But nonetheless, hey, party time, all-time highs, right?
Yeah, why
Everything's
not?
good in the world.
Trade what you see, Jamie. I don't care. Just trade what we see. We can have to. I refuse. I refuse to get negative.
Oh, well, I
Okay.
mean, I'm sure the perma bears are just, there's lots of hair
Oh,
pulling and gnashing of teeth right now, but
no kidding.
that's not my problem.
Nope. No kidding. Okay, my friend. Listen, I'll take off now, and I'll see you in about 1 hour. Okay.
Sounds good, Barry. Enjoy.
Okay. Bye.
Okay, hi everyone. A few adjustments over here. How we doing in the room today? Ooh, we got a decent crowd in here today. Looks like a little bit above normal. So welcome everybody. Hello to all of you regulars, and then for the new folks out there, if you're new to Trade Ideas, welcome to the family. And this is the hourly, or excuse me, the weekday support session, which is 1 hour between 12 and 1 Eastern every day while Barry takes his break. So we don't really have any pre-planned content here. We're just going to be talking shop and the markets and whatever you guys want to talk about. Or if you have a question about trade ideas in general, use that questions panel to get it out there, and I'll do my best to answer your question. Also, I do have rudimentary technical abilities. If you'd like me to take a look at a symbol and sum that up, give you my opinion on what's going on with that chart, I'd be happy to do that as well. Hey, what's up, David? Good to see you as always. But yeah, this is pretty crazy action right here, as Barry was saying. On the 5 minute, we're not getting a time change or a color change on the candle just yet, as we pull back right to that EMA cloud. Of course, this is VWAP here, very well elevated. Now, if you force me to make a decision, I would tend to think that we would see a gravitation back to VWAP today, but that might not happen as strong as this thing is today. Hey, Mohammed. Is there a way to link my Think or I'm assuming you meant Thinkorswim instead of the Thinkorswing account to the Holly AI. If you do mean Think or Swim, then the linking is you can establish it. It's just a little wonky on Thinkorswim. So it is possible if you follow the linking procedure, right? Um, for example, I don't know what field you might be trying to link to in Thinkorswim. Maybe it's a level two. Uh, I've played around with it since I have access to Thinkorswim as well. Um, I quit using the linking because it always leaves a field of symbols up there that get in the way. So it will link, but it's pretty spotty. Have you tried it yet? Because once you link to trade ideas in general, then when you click on the Holly trades here, then it's going to insert that link, into whatever that you have. So if you're meaning just to click on the Holly plays to be able to see, BYRN, right? You say this is a fresh signal, you click on it, you want one of your fields in Thinkorswim to populate with that symbol. It is doable. It's just it's not perfect. And I shut down my trading platform, for this instance here, because I have to have a different layout and whatnot. But have you tried it? And if you did try it, did it work with the external linking? And let me just show you that real quick here. So tools from the TI toolbar, external linking, and then we just click add link. At which point in time you wouldn't do anything here. You would just hover over the field in Thinkorswim and then hit the shift button, and you would see the link established. Well, you're welcome. Just let me know if you're having any luck with that linking process. To describe it a little bit further, yeah, I was always trying to just to establish the link in the field where you put the symbol in the level 2 box, and it would populate, except, you know, like when you're typing a symbol into Thinkorswim manually, it pulls the list of stocks, very similar to what we would see, say, right here. As soon as I go to type a symbol, it's giving me a list of things. So once the link is established in Thinkorswim, what happens is the symbol populates, but it leaves this menu up in their platform. So it gets in the way. And I never could find a way to not have it do that. And it seemed to not matter if I linked to, say, a time in sales or a level 2. So let me know what you find on that. I wish I had better advice, but it's always been a little wonky with Thinkorswim. All right, did I miss any questions here? Don't think so. All right, for a big crowd, you guys are pretty quiet. Don't be shy now. If you have a question, just use the questions panel to get it out there. In the meantime, Holly, having a rough day today. Kind of reminds me of yesterday. Started off with a bang and then kind of eroded with the rest of the day. What was it? It was Sava yesterday, I think. I want to say that was it. Let's look at the history from yesterday. Yeah, it was Sava. And of course, Sava, not today. but yesterday. And there we go. There's the action that I'm looking for right there. Of course, can't see because I don't have enough room, but giving it all back if you didn't take the money. And back to real time. So the long and HELE, and just kind of top tick that one. SMXT, kind of just good old fashioned stop out there. Seeing a lot of this today, gap ups, and then just not filling the entire gap, but giving about half of it back. What I was telling Barry, it's like the welcome to the most boring all-time high market ever. We had some nice action early on, and then that's the way it's going right now. And usually these lists have some really good runners. This one tried. Of course, that's a 56-cent stock, runs up to about $1.20. Not a bad doubler if you're quick enough to get in on that and realize to take profits, but kind of looks like the Sava trade yesterday. Of course, this is not an AI trade, but that's exactly what Sava did from the AI yesterday. So yes, we are at all-time highs, but things feel a little wonky. And of course, you have a lot of people out there going, oh, October's going to be the month. But in the end, from a trading perspective, it simply does not matter because we trade what we see. And also, too, I'm sure a lot of you have heard about a piece of our new tech that we deployed. And this thing has literally been, well, I've been watching it and testing it for over 8 weeks now, each and every day. And what I'm talking about is our money machine tech that we released. It's currently on the web version. Um, and we hope to be porting that back into the client and Brokerage Plus soon. That is in the works. But here we are looking at it today. All right. And I've got my drop down menu set to change in the 30-minute period. And, you know, kind of along the same lines of the market, all-time highs, yada, yada, yada. I would expect it to, I don't know, be up more than it is now. And today is the first day that I saw the tree map have a little red in it before it recovered. And earlier, this guy was up, I don't know, a couple of thousand, and it's pulled back to 223. Now, yesterday, this thing knocked it out of the park between both of these components, was up right about 15,000. And that is using $5,000 allotments for all of the open positions. Now, some of you have probably seen this already, but if you haven't, this is it right here, right? We've got the tree map up here, and then we've got the race version of the money machine down here. So since I'm looking change in the previous 30-minute period, it's going to have open positions in those top three leaders. All right, whatever's up the most in the 30-minute period, you can see right here, those are the open positions that it's going to keep. So as things jockey around within this top list, the only time it closes one of these positions out is if something comes along that's better than it. So all of a sudden, if something got up 5%, then XPON would be closed out and the new guy would have a position opened up. Pretty simple. Always keep me in the top three momentum based on 30-minute change. Now down here, it's a little bit different. These are 10-minute races, right? So it's just like the stock races. Right now we have the top three leaders. It's down $11 in the Lay's position. It's currently up $27 in the SRFM position and flat because apparently ENVX was just opened, but something jumped ahead and took out one of them. So now it's opening up the MBX. So it's going to keep open positions in the top three race leaders. And if one gets, if these guys finish at the end, whoever finishes in the top three starts the race over again in the 10-minute period. And these positions will remain open until somebody comes along and edges them out. So two different ways, 30-minute change and then 10-minute races. Yes, Kay, you should be able to. And let me just show you how to get there. Now, one thing you will need to keep in mind, okay? If you log onto the web and you're logged into the client, eventually it's going to log you out of the client. So we're working on a remedy for that right now. However, once we're here at the home page, you just click on My Trade Ideas, and then you should be right in there, okay? You should be on the Trade Ideas Scope 360, and then you'll see all the, you'll see it start over. And notice I'm already in the change in 30-minute here. But if I open this drop-down menu, you can see these are all the ones that we can select right now. Maybe you want to watch change in 15 minutes. So we have change in an hour, change in 30, change in 15, and then all of these other categories. Change from close, change from open, change from post-market. It's just that my favorite is change in 30-minute. That's the one I like. That's the one I've seen it do the best with over time. And so that's the one I'm sticking with. But not to say that any of those others might produce similar results. So that's the way you get to it. Back to the original one, still just kind of where it was. Correct. Hey, you can interact with it, right? You can interact with, give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. Need to silence my messages right now so we don't get pestered. So you can interact with it manually, okay? It's kind of a slow day today for this thing. So you could try and mimic the action that you see here, right? But just and use it just like any other alert window or top list, and try to be in those three positions or be in the top three race winners. Um, so you can trade it, assuming you have an account to trade and so forth and so on, just by watching it. Now, you're probably referring more to automation, and that's what a lot of people have been. That's a lot of the feed. I mean, that's the feedback that we're getting from the majority of potential users here, right? When the automation does come out, that's what everybody wants, right? Everybody's like, well, can I automate it? So we have that in the works right now. So nothing, oh, good grief. It seems that I'm just getting spammed by all kinds of things here. Let me deal with these pests real quick here, and then we will continue. 1 second here. They're coming out of the woodwork today. Okay, hopefully that fixes our issue. That is true, Peppy. Live data up here. Well, that's the, let's see here. I think we go, I don't want to click here because I don't want to erase, but if we go to our settings on another tab, I do believe that is where the toggle is for the can't remember if it's the information portal. Da-da-da-da. There we go. Okay. Site preferences under my settings, and you just want to make sure that live is checked. And thank you for pointing that out, Peppy. So getting back to the point here, on a day like yesterday, we were not at all-time highs, and so but we were close. So it made it was things were percolating, say, underneath the carpet, right? It's kind of like when you're in the gym and you're using the ropes to do shoulders and you're moving those ropes up and down. The wave starts at the back and eventually gets to the front. And to me, with what the market is doing right now, that's what's going on. The whip was cracked, and now the wave has traveled all the way to the front, and a little bit of energy is coming out, as we can see here. There we go. My eyes were looking over here, Peppy. I was like, I thought it was in there. Yeah, delayed and live right there. Duh. We've been making changes to the dashboard so frequently that sometimes they hide from me. So yeah, two areas where you can adjust that live data. Dog Barry's page blank now during lunch. Correct. He goes on break in the main room, and then we go to YouTube. Hmm, that is odd, Kay. Let me check on something. I mean, I'm on the. This is not a test site. Let me ask someone here. Give me 1 second here, guys. Sorry. Okay. All right. I haven't heard anything yet, but having said that, can anyone else see the money machine when they go to the 360? Still interacting here, a little internal dialogue. Okay, Kate, are you premium sub or standard? Yeah, 7 sees it. I was like, did they make a change and people can't see it all of a sudden? Hmm. Not really sure why you're not able to see it, Kay. Other than just the general, like, hey, what browser are you using? Any kind of ad blockers or anything of that nature? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, give me 1 second. I just got to turn my thermostat down a bit. It's that time in Texas where it's nice and cool in the morning, but right about now it starts to heat back up again. Yeah, but to your point, Kay, it's fun to watch right now, but trying to keep up with it is, and even if you're handy with the steel and the keyboard and the mouse, I'm pretty fast, but it's even hard for me to keep up with it right now. But it's good to watch just to kind of get a feel for what the thing is doing. See, since we've been here, just starting to make up some ground on the race. Not anything to write home about, but green is good. All right. So let's check out some of these recent. Let's see here. This one was 23 minutes ago on the trade wave, but I'm not seeing the bot. Oh, yeah, we got to go. Well, this is 3 minutes. So I got to go back to three. Yeah, nothing too saucy there. Just basically flat or down a little bit on the A lab. Slightly profitable on that one, I guess. Maybe it's gonna be close. We'll just call that a flat. And a lot of these patterns right now, just a lot of nothing going on. Of course, the most beautiful trade wave signal of the day, as we saw earlier, was this one. And it's uncanny. When I first took the screen here, we were talking, well, is this the top? Is it going to pull back a little bit? And sure enough, the 3 minute tells the story. We weren't seeing a color change in the 5 minute when I was talking to Barry. But, VWAP is a powerful force. Let's see. Say that's maybe half from there to there. Yeah, maybe a little bit over half. And then we have VWAP looming, or not looming, but it's kind of edging around down there. So got about halfway back to VWAP. It's going to think about it for a little bit. But you know what? It sure would not surprise me to see a regression to VWAP. Not saying that's going to happen, but we were unsure up here. Let's see. If we had to have gotten a color change on the 5 minute as well. And of course, yep, just a little bit later. But below the EMA cloud and thinking about it. So, hey, three possible outcomes. We stay in the middle all day. We go back and bust tops, or we come back here and say, I've missed you so much, VWAP. I'm glad to be home. Very interesting. And as well, we can't see because I don't have 5 minute volume here. However, 5 minute volume, show the column. Yeah, just as I suspected. 100 would be normal volume for that time frame, and we're currently only a quarter of normal on the SPY 5 minute volume. No new trades from the AI. All right. Let's go ahead and do this since it's kind of quiet out there. Let's look at some of the longer term go no goes. Okay, toolbar. There you go. Things are liking to hide today. We'll do a new dock channel bar. And then we'll just take a peek at some of these longer term. Okay, so here we have the daily. These are all the ones for today. Okay, is blue, but man, a lot of energy expenditure. Orange previously. Well, that looks interesting. I mean, for a bottom fish, but I'm assuming the bar was blue earlier, but it's since changed. Newell not looking too bad there. Ah, this one kind of. You know, if this thing does get up and boogie, you might get 10% out of it up to this level here. But nothing making me jump up and down just yet. Here's an interesting one. Broke this little shelf right here. Of course, this is a micro stock, but the system doesn't care about that. But it's definitely got some volume in it today. Doing about 9, so this one might be one to keep an eye on. Because if it does keep on going, you know, these levels right here just kind of stand out. Now it's almost there. We don't have much room left. So 65 cents, call it. You know, most of the steam is already out of this one. And the big boy Halliburton. Schwab's been down in the dumps for a good long while now. It's got a lot of making up to do. If it's deemed worthy by the market and the buyers. But looks like it put the brakes on right there. Now, if we do get a close, a daily close, say up around 66, perhaps it can set up a new base camp above this level here. But we would need a strong close above. And then maybe this could become the new home, a new layer of support currently acting as supply. And DJT certainly took a long, prolonged tumble, trying to find a bottom down here around 11, and has since beefed back up to currently 21.39. So along the same lines, we probably expect to see a little bit of consolidation above this level that was acting as supply for a while. Actually, it didn't. It just blew through yesterday, found the new home, dipped a little bit below today, is back up again. So if we can get a strong close here, perhaps this level will become support. A little sideways action before, it goes in a couple of different little micro levels here. We're already past this level here, way back here. So if we do get strong and get some closes above, a little sideways action, then this will be our next level of interest. All right, you guys are quiet. I get it. It's a sleepy market. Same concept here, except when things are blue barring on the daily, they do take their pullbacks, right? So this is the go pullback. Things that have been going, like WDC, of course, blue here, and then if you were lucky enough to be long, you got the gap up, blue on the way down, right back to the prior levels. Dow took its pullback and is trying to chew it back up. CMG, same song, same dance, blue for a good long while as we transition from this 5270 area, went the orange, got the lift, capitulated here. Now pulling back, and who knows, before too long, you know, might breach these levels again. So this is a good scan to go and, set up a bunch of price alerts and go, okay, well, CMG gets frisky, breaks these levels again. I'd like to know about it. And it's real easy just to do that by right clicking and setting that price alert. I'd say that was a pretty hefty pullback. Coming right back down to this level right here. Yeah, the strengthening ones, right? Took their pullback, starting to strengthen back up, transition from the cyan back to blue. So it's interesting to note, okay, when do the pullbacks end up showing up on the strengthening? Because we can see from this list, yeah, they took their pullbacks, they strengthened back up, and now they're blue, right? So it'd be interesting to track them, say, okay, when are the ones on this list or things that I was alerted to on a pullback start to show back up, but over here on the strengthening after their pullback. And of course, Stoxel, who cares? Because that's just the inverse of the SPY. But out of the swing stuff, I'm kind of liking this one more than the others. This pins right here is just poised, right? Now we do have this area to contend with from, let's see what the day was there. It was way back in April. But if we do get a crack and a close above these levels here, we still got this area of congestion. But even not even at the top there, but kind of right in the middle, that's some pretty decent room from 34 up to 36 potentially, assuming this thing does get strong and have a close up here and gathers its strength and takes a stab at getting back into this area of congestion way back from February. Nice little gap up there on A-Lab. Another investment fund. And BB. BlackBerry. Can't even believe this company still exists, but yet it does. BlackBerry seems so long ago, and I guess it was. It was like the early early 2000s, 2004-ish, 6-ish. What was that? 2, 3 years before the iPhone came out, or I think 2009, maybe. Was that when the iPhone came out? So yeah, the before the iPhone, the BlackBerry was king. And it appears we had a glitch, so I'm gonna have to restart my money machine. All right, well, we'll just push this guy back over here. SPY still trying to decide, go back up or trend down to VWAP. All right, little time check here. We still have 20 minutes left in the session. Tell you what, always like to kind of go back and look at the gappers just to see if anything retraced. So we know the Benzi had the nice gap and looks like it's given it back about half of it. We had WW just puked right off the open and is now pretty much back to the gap level. When I see something like that, the word buyout comes into my head. But it doesn't appear to be. Apparently, it just doesn't move that much. Not to buy out, but looks like one. Of course, you see this on the daily typically, not the intraday. And of course, Lay's that has been popping up all over the place past few days. What do we open at? That is the opening candle, and the open was 916. So currently only 4 cents above that gap level. And that's what we're seeing in a lot of these things. They're just pretty much either puked and reclaimed the gap or are just pretty much at the gap level. Open on this one, 73.66. So this one's up, I don't know, 50 cents or so. But now the gap downs. Well, that also looks flat as the board. Okay, so they did an offering of 732K, not exactly a huge amount, but that's typically what happens when you announce a financing. Float, float, float. Where are you? 1.37 million. So that is what we would call a micro float for sure. Verb. Making a little bit, let's see here. Opened at 632, bottomed out around 589, and is currently at 691. So nice little recovery on the verb. Of course, you always get Huya, the Chinese. Chinese. I don't know if Andy was in this one or not. We've nicknamed Andy Mr. China now because he loves trading those China stocks. Does it quite well from what I hear. Let's take a look at this one, CNXT. A little spotty for Poppy, but slight recovery there. Hopefully you guys can't hear the neighbor's dog barking. Must be mailman time here. All right. Once again, you guys are quiet as a bunch of mice out there, but if you do have a question, you know what to do. All right, so as I said earlier, had a little glitch, had to restart the money machine, but it's clawing it back already. And let's see here. Uh, now, this is another aspect of the money machine that's kind of hiding, right? And if you see the channel that I've clicked on here, this is called Momentum Waves, and it doesn't have the tree map. It just has the races for biggest gainers in this case, biggest uh, percent losers, right? But we can drag and drop any of these uh, categories here. Let's say, hey, I only want to watch races for the S&P 500, right? Well, then boom, now you're only applying the money machine races to the big boys, right? And of course, long here, and the direction here would be short. But same concept, you're just able to, for lack of a better term, slow it down a bit. Because what I mean by that, we're just going to cruise back over here. You know, today's biggest gainers, right, in the 30-minute period. So needless to say, these are not S&P components. They're going to be a lot more volatile, a lot more, maybe bigger spreads and just crazier action because that's the nature of the beast there. But let's say, hey, I want to watch all this crazy stuff. I want to slow it down. Come over here, click on momentum waves, pick your category, drag and drop, and then you got money machine races that are a little bit slower paced. And once again, that is momentum waves. Now, having said that, you can watch both, right? You could just separate these tabs, have this one, view this one, view this one at the same time. So it's not just one or the other. Hey, Jim. Long time listener, first time typer. Sounds like the radio show, you know. Long time listener, first time caller. But I'm glad that you enjoyed, Jim. Welcome, welcome. And just one more check here. I doubt anything's going on. Okay, so we are starting to transition, transition from blue to cyan for the little down move. Now we're transitioning back to blue from cyan. So now that's making me think that, of course, there's no certainty to this, but this is typically indicative of the uptrend continuing. So now the question is it going to trend back up? And if it does, how long before we're pecking at all-time highs again? Of course, the other scenario would be we transition back to cyan and take that leg down. But right now, it appears that the market is going to want to trend up again. But we have no way of knowing just yet. Yeah, it's the lunch hour for most people since it's 12 p.m. Eastern. Of course, here in Texas, we're 1 hour behind. Of course, I do start getting pretty hungry right around 11, but I typically hold off for a bit. All right. Well, we have not had any new 3-minute versions of the Go No Go since the A-Lab 3 minutes after the start of this session. Still got a few things scrolling through here that have already done their thing and appear to be pretty thin. Dogs is not, but kind of crazy action at the end there. So Tesla's up a whole 1/4%. Check in on the Titan real quick here. NVIDIA. You know, AI is not exactly slowing down, it's still accelerating massively, right? And while there are other players in the field, these guys are still the leader. And this thing is strengthening up and not too far away from these highs. Of course, we got the blue transition as well. What a ride for NVIDIA. high intensity computing. Started off in the Bitcoin space, went on to the AI space. Funny thing is, it wasn't NVIDIA that was the leader back in the Bitcoin mining days when GPUs were being used after processors, right before the advent of the custom ASICs. And now that industry is industrial, right? Who would have thunk it? But ATI was faster than NVIDIA back then. But then NVIDIA, I forget what their tech was that they came out with that just blew them up. And here we are. At this point in time, ladies and gentlemen, I would say it's last call. Last call for questions. Questions, charts, anything, Bueller. 5 minutes to the top of the hour when Barry makes his return. I just find it amazing how quiet things are. Oh, look what's happening. It wants its VWAP. And that's, it just goes to show you, especially with the SPY and the markets in general, they're very fickle, right? Hey, it's looking like it's going to trend up. Then a transitionary bar very quickly, and then we're trying to close this one orange, and it's looking like it's going to. But VWAP, let's see, 570, 590. So we're about a point. Let's just call it a point away from VWAP right now. But yeah, that was unexpected.
How many times do I have to tell you it's VWAP?
WAP. Well, if you volume weighted average price, so you're right. Average.
Yes.
It's not average, Barry, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But I don't know why I've always called it VWAP,
Well, I used to call it VWAP also, and then somebody corrected me online, and they directed me to the
Brian
official.
Shannon.
No, it wasn't Brian Shannon. It was a long time ago, even before I knew about Brian Shannon. But and then somebody directed me to one of these, not a dictionary, but the correct pronunciation of this word is. And they said it is not VWAP, it's VWAP. By the way, just to let you know, you were talking. I think I briefly heard you talk about ALTM, wondering if it was a buyout.
Correct.
It is.
Okay. Well, that makes
It is a
sense.
buyout. Yeah, because it was flatlining. Rio Tinto has bought them.
Ah,
Big mining
okay.
company. So they bought them.
Yeah, I just scanned our little news here. I was like, I don't see
Yeah, it
it
was a,
bringing buyout. But I'm like, what? That's got to be a buyout.
yeah. That's the clue. Yeah, when it flatlines forever, it's a buyout.
Correct.
All right, my friend. Well, listen, it's 12:57. I hear you're nodding off. So, and I hear you also want to go get something to eat. So, why don't
Yeah,
you
no
do that,
worries.
and I'll take over.
Yes, sir. And it's looking like, I don't know. It's a tug of war right now in the SPY. What's funny is when I took the helm, we were up at the top there,
Yes.
and then, a little sell off. So,
What did you do or say?
um, I didn't do anything,
Okay.
but I said, "Hey, look at that. It's finally peeling back."
Hey, look at that.
Would you look at that?
Would you? Would you? All right, my friend. Okay, I'll take over now. I'll get back in the other room. Thanks again for spelling me for the hour. And
Yes, sir.
we'll see
We'll
you
talk
next
to you
week.
later. Bye,
Okay,
everybody.
bye-bye. All right, guys, I'm back in both rooms. I should be anyway. And let me just get one thing going here, and that would be my music. There we go. Guys, yeah. So since I left, what did I told John, sit in the corner if the spy dropped down. So spy's dropping down a little bit here. There's noon, 11:50, or there's the noon candle right there. So spy's dropping just a little bit. Remember, we've got the FOMC, but it's just minutes, okay, at 2 o'clock. There's no pressure. I was right the first time. There's no pressure at 2:30. I'm trying to keep an eye on this atom, but you know what? I'm not wanting to anymore. I know I put a price alert here, but then I realized, the volume is just it just doesn't trade. I mean, it's trading. Don't get me wrong, but I was watching the time and sales, and it was putting me to sleep. So it's just not trading rapidly enough. So I think I'm just going to forget about it, and that's the ATOM. Well, I don't know how the rest of the guys are teching, but I'm fine. And the support question. So price and gold bears. So let me see. I tried to. Okay. Now I'm kind of going through this myself. Now, of course, I'm easily able to. Something in here, maybe in the general settings, the room layout. Does that not help? Does that not help? It's not changing, really. Is everybody else having the same issue? Because I can always ask Sebastian. He was in the room earlier. I mean, again, we went. We this is a new room. Well, it's an updated version of the old room. So you're saying in this room layout, no matter what you check, it doesn't hold. You have to maybe go close or reset or save changes, not reset, but save changes. I'm sure you probably did that. I'm not trying to suggest you didn't, but you did do the save changes. Whoops. Well, that didn't. Ah, that's the problem. Okay, guys, I'm going to have to get back into the room. I think. All right, sorry about that, guys. I know I actually hit the wrong tab, so that got me out of the room. Okay, so let me get this straight. You click on is this for everybody? I'm sorry, guys, on YouTube. I know we're talking about the main room here, but are you talking about when you click on the I don't even know what this is called. The three horizontal bars, okay? And I think Sebastian called it a hamburger. Anyway, you click on the general settings, and then you click on the room layout, and you're not able to choose where you want the chat and the alerts. Is that for everybody, or and you see? I'm not sure because you have this option, right? I'm wondering, is this just my option, and that affects everybody? I just don't know. No, that's what I did. Okay, I've got to make sure I don't. So you have the same options. Okay, so and you're saying it's just not working. Oh, I see. You try chats alert on top, and now you can't get back to chats alert left. Okay. Gotta read, sorry, wasn't reading fully what you were talking about. Well, I don't wanna do that in case it doesn't work for me either. So what you're saying is you said, "Okay, chats alert top." You what if you just do a reset? Reset is probably the default is probably chats and alerts left, maybe? What if you just do a reset? Don't do anything and just hit reset and see what happens. Again, I don't know, man. This is the first time I've seen the room too. If you do reset, does that work? So I don't hear an answer from Price or Goldber's. Hmm. Well, I'm on edge, but that shouldn't matter, Price. It should not matter. I wonder, maybe I can ask Sebastian. I don't know where he is. He might be in the Florida area. I might ask him to come into the room, okay? And maybe he can help because I don't know what to do. So with Firefox, you're okay? Again, people in YouTube, I'm talking to somebody in our main room. And by the way, if you want to come into the main room, you can. There's just a lot more action, okay? Yeah, he spends time in Spain also, so that's why I wasn't sure. But you're right, his internet, well, that's where his servers are. That's why we had the problem a couple of weeks ago. So just in case people who are listening in YouTube and you want to come into the main room, this is what you do. Just click on my homepage link, and then where it says at the top, trading room, okay? Trading room. So this is only for people in our YouTube room, okay? That'll get you into the what I call the main room. There's just more activity there. Interesting. Okay. When you went to Firefox, okay. So maybe Chrome is maybe Chrome's kind of doing something. Well, they had to change it because we were the last room that he manages that was on the old version, and he just didn't want to support it anymore. That simple. It's supposed to be better too, though. I mean, look, guys, there's little glitches here and there. We're just like people trying to move the chat around and maybe detaching and all that. Not glitches, but just figuring out how to do it. But overall, people say that the screen resolution is better, and also, yeah, you can maybe suggestion, sure. Also, people say that my voice is coming in a little stronger. I don't know, but certainly the resolution is supposedly a little bit better. Anyway, yeah. So he's not here, okay, Poe, and that was actually asked by Shady and a couple of others. Well, I'll tell you what. Maybe I can. I'll email him and see if he's available. Okay. No guarantees. Oh, somebody's got to help me. How do you How do you hide the bookmarks in Edge and then bring them back? It's so much easier with Chrome. I figured out a way. It said ignore, but now I can't get them back. So I'm trying to get to my email. See if I can figure this out. Settings. There is a toggle. I know there's some kind of a toggle or a combination that will turn the bookmarks on and off in Edge. If somebody knows it off the top of their head, that'd be great. Oh, okay. Favorites. Okay. Okay. Bookmark toolbar folder. Control Shift O. That's what I needed. That's what I needed. Thank you. That didn't seem to work. Don't worry, I'll figure it out. I'll have to go to Chrome. I'll have to go to Chrome to get my so I can get my email up. I hate doing it because I know my computer is going to go a little crazy, but I'll figure it out. All right, guys. Let's see. So I see CCL. I see ENVX fell. I don't think the PDYN is going to do it. Yeah, but you see, right clicking, there's nothing to right click on. Unless maybe I click on customize toolbar. Nope. It's infuriating. Chrome is so much easier to hide the things in your the bookmarks. Oh well, I'll figure it out. I will figure it out. All right, Lays is going to do it. Okay, Todd, you say Lays is going to do it. Well, Lays definitely did it for us yesterday. So let's take a look at Lays, LASE. Yeah, I mean, Lay's could do it. I mean, the high yesterday was way up, or last week was way up here around 1729. So it's above yesterday's high now. The next high looking left is 1215 or so. What is it exactly? 1180. Sorry, 1180 is the next high looking left if it takes out today's high. So yeah, you're right. It does have some. It could be the one late, kind of like yesterday. I mean, yesterday was awesome. Late. Yeah, the favorites bar. Yeah, I guess my terminology is incorrect. You know, Normally I have all this stuff up here and I can hide it in Chrome easily. I don't know how to bring it back. All the I guess yeah, the favorites bar. I call it in the bookmarks, all the bookmarks. Whatever these things are called. Okay. My favorites. That's what did it. Thank you. Control Shift B. That's the one that did it. I know my screen went blank. That's the one. Thank you. Control Shift B. I'm writing that down. And then how do I toggle off it? Thank you, Pepe, as always. Control Shift B is what I needed. That brought them all back. All right. So for Lays, I'm going to put 930 was so the opening candle was a high, but I'm going to put an alert around 980 for LASE. And look at this market, guys. Look at this market. Just when you think, okay, maybe we're going to start to really drift down, look at this market. Okay. Show favorites bar. Okay. And then always show. I see. And then see, that's what I did. I clicked on never, but of course, and so there should be another option there that says, hide, not never, just hide. Anyway, I know how to do it. Thanks so much. So anyway, let's see if Sebastian can come into the room. Sebastian is the guy again who is the developer of the trading room software. Well, let me see. Yeah, that does it. Yeah, just a toggle on and off. Thank you. It's weird how it wants to go black and dark for a bit, but oh well. Yeah, same way. So it's just a toggle on and off. Thank you, William. All right. Let's see. Get rid of that little pink dot in the middle there. So let's take a look at TVTX. Let's see what TVTX is doing. It's over the whole number and it's got some, I think it probably has some room. Let me just see on a monthly chart where TVTX could go. Yeah. Okay. So the next high, 1757. So it's a little bit close. There's the next high. And that was back in a little over a year ago, July of 2023. That's the next high on a monthly chart for TVTX. Maintain a buy. So they raised to $41 from 23 by Guggenheim. Okay. And that is a price target put on by Guggenheim, raising the target from 23 to 41. So that's obviously probably the reason why. And also, let's see what Wedbush. Wedbush is maintaining. They've raised the target from 17 to 25, not quite as aggressive as Guggenheim, but nonetheless, a couple of analysts are raising the target. See if anybody else is in them. I just see that the two of them, Guggenheim and Wedbush. Yeah, WW Rascal. I mean, it's an AI alert. It just really hasn't moved yet. But I mean, obviously, it's got some room. Let me bring back a weekly chart and check to see. Yeah, it actually, well, let me back this out just a little bit and see where the next high is. So the next high is $1.92. So it depends how you feel about that. Obviously, if it went from $1.73 close to $1.92, that would be a great percentage move. But that is the next high on a weekly chart. And I think if I'm reading this, okay, this is the reason. Of course, they're trying to. They realize that people don't want to. They want the easy fix. Okay, they don't want to diet and eat kind of correctly, etc. So they want the easy fix. So this is what Morgan Stanley says. WW International surges as Morgan Stanley says their entry is not too late into the obesity drug. I don't know if it's going to be a shot or a pill. But that kicked them hard. I mean, but certainly has had a great couple of days. I mean, from 81 cents, basically a double off the low of yesterday. So again, guys, at 2 o'clock we have the minutes. Okay, there's no presser at 2:30, but we do have the FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. Even though I think most people there's not going to be any surprise, more than likely, but I will put the SPY 1 minute chart up. Even the days that it's just the minutes, you can see a little bit of funny action on the SPY at noon, between noon and 2:05. Sorry, noon 2 and 2:05. You were in this This is Glaxo, isn't it? Or GSK. Yeah, so they agreed to pay $2.2 billion to 10 plaintiff firms over liability cases, Zantac. Okay, so I guess the reason you're wondering, well, why would the market reward them with that? Well, I guess it's number one, it puts it behind them, and number two, maybe it wasn't as much as they thought it was going to be. That's all I can think of. We see this a lot. Companies make what look to us as huge, huge settlements, billions of dollars, but and the market pops on the news. So there you go. It's only one third of a year's cash flow for JSK. That is Glaxo, isn't it? Isn't it? Didn't they used to call themselves Glaxo? Something Klein, maybe Smith Klein? Or am I wrong? It was a mouthful. GSK is a lot easier. So Draw and William, it'll be between the two of you, okay, who wants to shut down the room, okay? So obviously, whoever wants to shut it down later. Now, Draw, you may not know how to do that. And also, let me see what the announcement says. You can fight it out. So actually, let me see here because it's a gear here, and then close session. Okay, and then you'll change that to Thursday. Okay, change that to Thursday, and that done. Okay, that should do it. And or save message and close session. Okay, so you just have to change that to Thursday. So whoever wants to do it, whoever's going to be later. Okay, so now again, okay, 26 years in IT, but you've never seen this gear before. Okay, so I'll leave it to you, Draw. If you want to close it later than William, but just somebody has to make a decision, though. Okay. And then the same thing. Whoever wants to open it first, go ahead. And then, of course, if somebody, I'm sure you know how to delete. Okay, just in case somebody comes in and sends something a little too crude or whatever. Okay, remember the little three dots, delete the message beside the person who did it. Not you, Corvette. I was just using you as an example. Well, I sort of disregarded this CANF, but it has been running now, guys, from 230 now to 245. Excuse me, CANF. And the next high looking left is around 250. So it could stall at 250. I don't typically want to short these really cheap ones, but I mean, there are a bunch of shares available. Interactive Brokers, 630,000 available. If it does stall at the 650 mark, you can kind of see on a weekly chart where it could stall. Well, excuse me. I know the word ellipsis. I do know that. Well, the three dots are, but what about the three dots? I knew, but I was talking about this. The Sebastian called them the hamburger. I guess that makes sense. A little meat in between the two patties, or a patty in between the two pieces of bread. I guess that makes sense. He called that the hamburger. There you go. Pepe beat me to it. All right. So William has stuff to do. So okay. So relying on you, draw. Don't let me down now on your first official day to close the room correctly. That's exactly right. I'm not going to pay you. In all honesty, you know why I'm doing all this, right? I mean, you guys are the ones who wanted the room open earlier than I'm certainly not, not on the West Coast. I'm not going to get up at 3 or 2 my time to open the room. So you want the room open earlier, and if you want to have it open later, that's why I allowed William to do that, and draw is always in the room, so that's why I said, okay, why not? I mean, that's why we're doing this. Otherwise, I will just open the room when I get up, which might be later, too late for some of you, and close it earlier than you guys want. 7 a.m. Okay, that's Eastern time, of course. You're in Boston. Are you actually in Boston or just around the area? Now you're wanting me to look at a map. Holo. Okay, so Shady just talked about Holo, and so just triggered. So he's obviously in this one. Again, this is the one that did the big reverse split effective today, I guess. I mean, this could be the one that takes off at the end of the day. Quincy, I know where Quincy is. Is in John Quincy Adams, and see, I know my American history. A gold star if you can name the first Canadian prime minister. Nobody will get it. Nobody will get it. Even Canadians may not get it without looking it up. Napoleon. Good one, Poe. Napoleon. All right. A little bit of racket from my computer to be expected. It's getting late. So just give me a King George. Yeah, it's close. There you go. Scott K. As Now you got to promise me you did not look it up. Yeah, I'm Canadian. I live in Vancouver. Sir Johnny McDonald. There we go. A lot of Canadians in the room, always. All right, guys. So let's see how Holo is doing for Shady. Doing well so far. Taking out all this, the high of the day was 820. I mean, there's a chance. Now we're breaking the rules, guys. Okay, sorry, my fault. But we're putting stuff in the stocks only that should be in the general talk. Yeah, I think it's unlikely. Question was PDYN. Anything can happen. Obviously, anything could happen, but I just think it's unlikely. To me, it's just pulled back way too much. I mean, we may have to watch it tomorrow, but it's just pulling back way too much. I mean, it even went negative. Yeah, I would say it's very unlikely. Very, very unlikely. The look of these ones that can have the late day breaks is that, the big pop, a lot of action in the first half hour, even two, and then maybe basing. If you can see what I'm doing on the 15-minute chart, kind of basing, and then all of a sudden you get some volume coming in and it pops right through the high of the day and runs, especially if it has room. This is really pulled back. I mean, it's actually gone negative. So I would say, I'd be astonished if it did anything later on. Whoa, KC, you can't ask me that question. I mean, you can ask, but I'm not a fan. Well, okay, first of all, did you have a stop in place? Where were you going to get out of the trade if it wasn't working? It sounds like you couldn't have had a stop because, you should be out of this trade now. Okay. If you had a proper stop and all. Yeah, it's up to you. You don't mind, okay, you're down. The max you can lose now is $230 if it goes to zero. Okay. It could come back tomorrow, but, I don't want to tell you. It'll have to be up to you. Well, as he says, he just has 100 shares, so he's obviously, not going to lose a lot of money even if it went to zero. It's not going to zero, but well, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, that Hilo is just really bad. I am surprised because I mean they obviously came out with a decent report. It's still up 18%, but it did get up. I mean, it's dropped $4 or so, not quite $4 from the high, but yeah, just didn't want to sustain it. Well, there's your low, market low, $72, a little over 72. I mean, I was so close to going long right there, right there. I was so close to going long. All right, guys, one last look at my homepage, okay? Before we gotta I have a little less than an hour left. Unless there are questions. Again, I'll always stay for questions. Okay, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Though, again, there's a way in which you can take out a subscription. Barry 15, that'll get you 15% off, 15% off, first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. As always, at any point in time, you're going to take out a subscription. If you want to take it, please use my code. That'll really help to keep the room free. It's that simple, okay? The room gets credit for the subscription, and the company likes to see that. It's that simple. Get started. You must do this to get started. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install. First startup and login. I'll scroll down a little bit here. Introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows. Okay. Two major elements of Trade Ideas. And if you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. A series of videos designed for you if you're new to trading. All free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. And the trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, please check your promotions folder. And the reason I say that every day is because we get so many people coming in, not in this room, but for our support staff who have to answer that question. And usually it's a matter of just checking your spam for whatever reason it's going there. Big education section is here. And the last, if you're looking for my scans, click if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and the center section right here. These are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Now I'm not displaying, I'm only displaying a few of them. And the rest of them that I'm not displaying, I don't have them up and running. Okay, I'm not trying to hide anything. It's just, I've just created a bunch of scans that you can take a look at them. But these are the ones that I actually have up and running. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race is here. On my other monitor, I have the large cap gainers from the start of the race is here. And the other one on my other monitor is the momentum scan is here, okay? And if you're asking, well, why don't I put them all on the main monitor? Yeah, I don't want to overload the information on this monitor, okay? But there's the Halts Resumes over here. And again, because I did a reboot of Trade Ideas, which I like to do now. I like to do it when I take my break. It sort of gives us a fresh new top list or stocks that have won races, gives you a fresh one for the afternoon. I don't mind doing it now. Then here's the relative strength leaders right here. And then here is the upside movers versus downside movers is here. So again, I'm sharing, but as you can see, I am sharing other scans. So if you have any questions, TVTX, I think ran away from me. Yeah, it did from off that 17. All right, guys, we've got about 18 minutes before the minutes come out at 2 o'clock. The FOMC minutes come out at 2 o'clock. Again, I'm not anticipating any major gyrations in the market, but I will put up a SPY 1 minute candle for about 5 minutes. And even though it's just minutes, usually there is activity. Let's take a look at SATS, guys. Let's see what it's doing right now. It's over the whole number. Very choppy. Pretty choppy looking at a 5 minute chart anyway. Very choppy on a 5. Not as choppy on a 15. Has room, obviously, but once you get going, the next high looking left on a daily chart is almost 28. In fact, it is 28. $28 exactly. So there's a couple of dollars to that next high. Now, is that because of your situation with IB, Interactive Brokers, Devin? Really? And they're still trying to help you, or are they just giving up? Oh, I see. Okay. But you know what, Devin, the market's going to be around for a long time. So one day off, it's okay. Boy, I haven't looked at this one for a long time. The original AI, called AI. I haven't seen this one for a long, 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 long time. So let's take a look at where this was up in the 50s, I think, at one point. Looks like the high was right up here around 48.87. Is that right? Yeah, 48.87. 48.87 was the high. So basically, not quite cut in half, but it really hasn't recovered that well. I mean, it's having a nice day today, but I don't know what weight this guy's got. But John Hyten joined their board. So I don't know General John Hyten. So I don't know if he's a good figurehead or not. Oh man, William, you're on today. You're on fire today. You made yourself laugh out loud. Well, guys, yeah, not I'm not getting too many new alerts. The last alert I had, and this is a very active scanner alert window, is CANF. This is this one right there, CANF. That was at 128 plus 55 seconds. So call it 129. So we're almost 20 minutes ago. And this is a very active scanner. So things have really, really slowed down for me. Okay, I wonder if Silver could do it. SOBR. I wonder if Silver could do it. Be the one that has a late day break. It's got the crazy low float. Well, it's pulled back from 863 down to 780. Maybe if it gets back into this level here soon, but I have my doubts. There may not be. I mean, the holo kind of went, but not. It may still go. It may still go. Let's take a look at the silver ETF, SLV. There was a time where silver was super strong compared to gold in terms of the chart anyway. So lifetime, so it's 87%. So this probably up here is the lifetime high, I'm going to suggest. And what's gold in terms of a lifetime high? Yeah, they're both near lifetime highs. Well, speaking of flight to safety, how's XLU doing? How are these dividend stocks doing? Well, not great. Yeah, I mean, look at these dividend stocks. I call them dividend stocks anyway. It's interesting. What do you make of this, William? The fact that utilities. I mean, we know. I mean, if there weren't the threat of war and I guess other things, I mean, nobody wants to be in these if the market is going to do this. Okay, because boring when you can when you want to get into the things that are really moving. But if that turns around. All right, guys. Well, I'm just biding time now. I mean, 10 minutes, 10 minutes to the FOMC. Okay, I do see that Sober won the last race. So let's see if it's yeah, a little bit of a pop here, guys. Sober, man, what's the volume like? The volume is not great. I have to say the volume is not great. With that float, that's pretty putrid. Okay. I know it's 3.2 times normal, but I mean that's just not that great in my opinion. Not with that float. But I mean it could do it. I mean again, the next high is far enough away, 945. Well, even if Holo took out the high of the day, which you're giving up a lot, I understand. I'm not saying to wait for that, but if it did take out the high of the day of 818, then the next high in the weekly chart is 940. Now, this has no news, okay? The only news is the fact they did a reverse split, and somehow they've got people interested, and it's a China stock. Oops, okay, a little head. This is the first orange bar I've seen on the 5 minute. Remember, orange means, well, maybe we're transitioning, maybe we're trending, going to start trending in another way. Don't take the trade. Basically, is saying don't do anything. We don't see an advantage one way or the other. So let's just see if, oh, now pink went right to pink. So the market ahead of the FOMC is kind of maybe giving a bit of a forewarning of what they might think could happen. Okay. Well, if you're very new to trading, are you not? Did I not? Maybe I read that incorrectly, Devin. It sounded like you were managing a portfolio of some sort. Now, do I want somebody managing my long-term portfolio who is new to trading? I'm teasing you. Look at that. To look at the volume. Now, again, this is not the float is really about 20 million. Okay. Because they've done the reverse split. This has not been reverse split adjusted. And typically that doesn't happen, happens twice a month. This is not up to us. Twice a month, the float gets adjusted. We'll call it the 15th and 30th. And so we have to divide that by 6, I guess. And that gets you about the 20 million in the float. That's how it could be up 42%. Pretty tough to be up 42% if that float was really 124 million. It depends on how well you read charts, I suppose, Devin. I mean, even in long term, if you're used to reading charts, I mean, now you're reading charts intraday. You have to understand how to read the charts intraday. But if you know how to read charts, support and resistance and all that stuff, even if it's long term. But it's hard for me to answer a question like that because it is a different mindset. Well, you're trading a lot more quickly. All right, guys, before I forget, then let me bring up a chart. Always like doing it on a 1 minute chart to see the gyrations. This is again at 2 o'clock. BA, Boeing. I haven't looked at Boeing in a long time. Oh, as a short. Sorry, long 150. So you're suggesting a bounce off that level. Okay. Well, 150 held so far, Captain. Finally, okay, so we've got some movement in CTLP, guys. CTLP just had a big spike and it's pulled back a bit, got up to 898. Oh, not much. Okay, so CTLP, look at the volume that came in. You can see exactly why I call this a momentum scan because it's all based on increased volume, not the absolute, but in relation to previous candles or volume bars. Okay. So you can increase the font, okay, Carl? You can increase the font. And Sebastian, okay. Oh, you increase, yeah. Well, Sebastian is who created the room. He had that question earlier, so maybe he can do something about the names. I don't know. Okay, guys, I will put this SPY 1 minute chart up and let's see what happens at 2 o'clock. No, that's okay. Mention it. In fact, I've invited it into the room, but he may not be able to come in now. He was in earlier, and you can throw suggestions at him. All right, guys, we are now 2-1. What do we got now? What's going to happen on this SPY? And usually the first direction well, I shouldn't say not, but the first direction is not necessarily the final direction. In other words, you could see a big down bar, then you could see a big up bar. Right now, we're not seeing any reaction at all. Well, if this holds, this is about as muted reaction I've seen. I know it's just the minutes. It's not a presser. I know that. But even the FOMC minutes usually has a bit more of a reaction. Well, then, of course, if it works for you, then yeah, obviously you don't need to read charts in terms of a long-term investment portfolio, then whatever works. I'm just saying intraday though, it's really necessary, I think, that you have to understand how to read charts. All right, let's see if this has a bigger bottom in it. Okay, so William in the minutes, he's saying that some Fed presidents wanted only a 25 basis points instead of 50 basis points reduction that happened in September. Okay, good for them. Wow, this is about as muted a reaction that I've seen in a long time. We're 2 minutes in and really nothing. Usually I leave this up for 5 minutes and that really gets the sense of the direction, but really not much. Well, I think I'll just not bother watching anymore. What do you think I'll do? I'll just bracket the top and the bottom. All right, guys. Let's see now. BV is showing up now. BV is showing up. Well, the other thing you should do, in my opinion, Devin, we've got a simulator that uses our real-time data. You can practice trading first, okay? Intraday trading first before you actually commit money to the market. Okay, so what did happen with the SPY? Up or down? So it went up a little bit, took out that little high here. So we do have a simulator that you can use to practice trading that uses our real-time data. if you're not aware of that. If you click on new and then Brokerage Plus, okay, and that this is what it kind of looks like. Okay, and you can practice trading in here, and it's all real-time data. It was briefly through the VWAP. Yeah, draw lays. So there's the VWAP. There is the VWAP at 897. So it's a little bit above the VWAP. Will that act as support for LASE? And then can that be a springboard? I see that it did get up to 918, the previous 5-minute bar. Excuse me. High of the day was almost $10 for LASE. I think some of you were looking at this one earlier, MNTS, and it just broke through one. MNTS, it did just break through one again, I guess, or did it do it before? I don't think it did it before. So it just broke through one. I don't think it did it before because my minimum is $1 on this one, and this is the first time I've actually seen it. I know you guys were posting about it. So there's MNTS. So on the weekly chart, a ton of room on a percentage basis, $150, $53. So momentous shares jump on NASA contract. Okay, that was the news for this morning. Doesn't say anything about how much. Speaking of NASA, any of you guys watched the series on Apple for All Mankind? Completely digress. So yeah, I don't know when that's going to happen though. Okay, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about so if a buy, what is that? How? So it like a little buy. Will we get an alert? It is in the works. Okay, but I cannot tell you when, or I cannot tell you when that's going to happen. Give me a moment. Ooh. Watching CCL for a potential run is Shaw in our YouTube room. Let's see what CCL is doing now. Yeah, what is it, around 2030 or so? Don't have it up and running. So let's see, it's 2030, 2029. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's if I didn't have such a, I don't know if the right word is phobia, distaste, I don't know, for these cruisers, other than RCL, I mean, I've just been bitten too many times with CCL or NCLH, not holding, but got a, City coming in and putting all these lofty price targets today. Ooh, there's the HOLO, yeah. Yeah, they're sober now too. So, oh no, it was Lays I was looking at, LASE. So where's Lays? Lazing around, still at the VWAP. Okay, the VWAP is 897, so it's still at the VWAP, trying to maybe act as support. Did we ever find out news on NUWE? Let's take a look if I have anything in my IB headlines. I don't. I don't see anything in my IB headlines today. It's just one of these low floaters that, for whatever reason, somebody somewhere decided to pump it out, I guess. Ooh, okay. That's weird. I'm sure you can go back in, log back in, Daniel. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, Devin. We'll see you tomorrow. I hope. Hope your situation with IB is resolved. Wow. Who are you, Daniel? Who are you? Because NUWE just showed up in the ARAI, which is really late. We rarely get alerts this late from our AI. Rarely. I would say after about 11 o'clock, we don't get too many even after 11 o'clock. Usually it's between about 9:40 and say 11 o'clock. So we just got this alert here, but it was a short alert. So there you go. How do I decide which one to track and trade other than looking left? Well, okay. I mean, the stock, like a lot of these stocks that I look at, of course, are going to be near the high of the day. My ideal situation would be a stock near the high of the day. That maybe it's just pulled back just a little bit. I'm not talking. It's just sort of resting at the high of the day, and then maybe has a pop on volume. And I know about it because I put a price alert. Because when I've looked left, I say to myself, "Wow, if this can get out of this area and move, it's got room looking left." So that's why I'm looking left at the daily and the weekly. Earlier today on the PDYN, which was for me, this is not a typical trade for me because I don't usually take the trades that early. But when it got over 3, And this was early. This was an early trade for me in the first, within the first 15 minutes. For me, it just had that look. Now, it did not, it obviously did not follow through, but it could have because when you look left, but that's all I did. I just said, okay, if it can take out yesterday's high, which was 305, I was very interested in it, but only because when I looked left, it had a ton of room. You look at CTLP as an example here. So, it's near the high of the day, 889. So it's near the high of the day. I could conceivably, if I haven't looked left yet, but I could put an alert at the high of the day, see if it takes it out. And if it does, where is it on a monthly chart? Can't even see where it is on a monthly chart, where the next high is. Probably have to go back quite a ways. Go back to January of 2022. So would I think that's far enough away? Probably, as an example. Okay. So yeah, this could become a candidate. But all I do, I just put price alerts and then I just forget about it. I don't stare at the chart anymore. Ooh, boy, that got ugly. HOLO got really ugly quick, and it's probably tomorrow. It wouldn't surprise me if it really drops, just because they did a reverse split and they really didn't have any news. Now, maybe they come out with news tomorrow. What I mean, when I say news, I use the term very loosely. Well, it's sort of interesting, Pepe. I mean, there's 4 seasons of it. I did finish all 4 seasons. I mean, it's sort of interesting. Apple spent a lot of money on it because it's all the sets. It's a little soap opery, but I stuck with it. And one of the reasons I kind of liked it because of all the references to, you know, true events and the way they intersperse them. I thought it was kind of cool in that regard. And then, well, for me, the hook moment was when they landed, and I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but you know what I mean. When they landed, and I thought, okay, well, and then it wasn't quite what we thought at the very beginning. So I kind of got hooked, but it is a little soap opera. That is weird. That is weird, Lee. I mean, or Corvette. Lee, another AI call. Very unusual. Very, very unusual to have these late calls. Now, what is now on a monthly chart? You could go to 1591. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is very rare to have a late call, two late calls. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna have to look at Lay's and just see if it has that late day popper. It's still hanging around the VWAP, 897, hanging around the VWAP. All right, guys, it is now 2:19. So again, I'm probably going to take off around 2:30. So a good time to ask questions. I will stay later if there are some questions. Otherwise, I will take off. And I guess Draw, his first official duty, will keep the room open till what time, Draw? Just to let people know. You don't have to. Okay, 4 p.m. Okay, you don't have to. This is not, both of you, guys, no, you don't have to. But I know you guys want the room open later, so that's why I suggested that you become a person who could handle that. So for those of you in YouTube, the main room will be open until about 4, okay, Eastern time. So I will put the link to get into the main room, or at least I'll show you how you can get into the main room if you want to. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, this is for people in YouTube, okay? That's all. Click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. Oops, trading room. Okay, so if you click on trading room, you can just follow the instructions, and then that'll get you into the main room, which will be open till 4 o'clock today. Yeah, so Sebastian just wrote to me. Okay, I doubt if he's going to come in. He's in Florida, and as he just said, dealing with hurricane preparedness, getting 26 new servers set up elsewhere. He also said, so if Shady and others who are around, said, I got a few suggestions already in the morning and we're implementing them. Okay. So I don't want to have Sebastian come into the room. Okay. He's in Florida and with what's happening there. Okay. Now there's the spy. Now that, hmm. Okay. That's what happened. So the spy actually took out that little lower area. So remember, I had bracketed the spy in these two areas, so it actually popped above it, and now it's popping down below it a little bit. The reason why our AI doesn't usually give late alerts is because sometimes they take a while to set up. Now we only have 2 hours left in the market when these things are less than 2 hours. So that's typically the reason why we don't have late alerts in our AI. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm getting set to wrap up. I got another maybe 5 minutes left. I'm just watching, going to watch this lays. Doesn't look like it's going to do it. Okay. It's now down below the VWAP 897. I mean, anything could happen, but you're going to need some, we're going to need some volume to pour in. Talking about the LASE. So it may not happen. So today may be the day for me anyway, that there's no nice late day breaker. One that broke early in the day, rested, and then broke again. That's kind of what I'm looking at, but I don't see that happening. So draw, Mr. IT. Don't forget to change it to Thursday, right? The room will open on Thursday, Mr. IT, 25 years or whatever. Remember that guy who used to come in 40 years in the chair trading, whatever that number was. Yeah, I mean, Lee has got some. I mean, it's if you look left, I mean, it does have some room. There's no question on the monthly chart, $16. It does have some room, and the volume is starting to come in. But look what happened. I mean, it got up to 1460, pulled right back down to 1414. What is the I have low float 5.65? Maybe the chair was a toilet. You guys are too much. You know what? He might even be lurking. I don't know. He used to be in our YouTube room and he popped into the main room every now and then. And I sort of wish you hadn't told us about why it's draw D. I love the mystery. Don't change, of course. I'm just kidding. Of course, I'm just kidding. Well, okay. I guess we thought it was Edward. Well, how am I going to guess your middle name? Kevin. Now, wouldn't that have been unbelievable if your middle name really was Kevin? That's your brother's name, Kevin? Okay. Hit the post. I figure Kevin is a good Bostonian name. Scissorhands. Oh, good one. Good one, Shady. I liked that movie. I actually did like that movie. It's crazy, but I liked it. Well, you mean your daughter, Emily? Yes. Ah, you're too young. What does that make me? Oh, you mean that for the 27th time? You don't mean that. Do you mean that? Oh, she's 27. I thought maybe, well, you've got a bunch of kids and that's going to be your 27th grandchild. Okay. So for the first time, a grandfather for the first time? Wow. Well, that's got to be pretty cool. Sorry, guys. I know we're way off. I'm taking off now, but well, congratulations, William. Until I know Emily used to sort of come in here every now and then, right? Or hear us. So wish her the best from all of us. She's something to do with furniture, right? Okay. All right. Well, listen, guys. On that note, I think I'll take off now. You guys on YouTube, you've got the way in which you can come into the main room. Okay. So I will take off. Thanks a lot, guys. I think it went pretty smoothly considering this is a brand new version of the room. I don't think there were too many hiccups. I know some people are complaining about a few things, but Sebastian is really good. He's pretty good at taking the suggestions to heart, and he supports the room very well. He's really helped me a lot over the years we've had the room when things have gone wrong. He's very responsive. I guess that's the term I want. So we'll see what he can do. Okay. So I will. Well, the room will probably be open tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Sorry, 7 o'clock Eastern time. Not by me, but I'll get on the mic at 9 a.m. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to mute myself now. Screen sharing will also disappear. And now I'm muting myself. And now for those of you still in YouTube, I must shut you guys down.